text. And that'll seed in this is a forum that's about once a year-ish. I'm glad that we are on the backside of the big bow waves to A, be in person, and B, have a lot less restrictions on people and masks and all that stuff. But if there's something that you need or we can do better on those regards from counter COVID, let us know. For those of you that traveled here today, let us know if there's anything we do that was better to get you on or off the installation. And then for all of you that are doing JPPB work, that work all year, and this is one of the big events. If you're not getting out of me or my staff or my team what you need, let us know there as well. At the end of the day today, at lunch, we're going to break, go from JPPB to the Mojave Commander Summit. A little bit smaller group, a little bit more free-flowing of a forum, but sidebars and detours are welcome and expected. And if you're in this room, by definition, you have a voice, and we need to hear it, even if you're not seated at the U table. Everybody good in the back rows? Got it? All right. I reserve the right as the host to say we need to table that and move on to next topic. I also reserve the right, where's Monique? Yes, I also reserve the right, and Monique will help me, to say, you know what, that sidebar topic is worthy of these minutes, and we're going to strike something from the agenda. If you happen to be that agenda part that gets struck, we will address it in a later form and better, but keep that in mind. So we're going to be agile and relevant throughout the day today. Mojave Commander Summit will end at a very specific time because we have some departure times we have to hold, and that's about it for ROE today. So be loud. We'll get a microphone to you if you can't be yelling or you can't yell loud enough. Any immediate opening questions from not around the U table for me? Anybody? Dog, good to see you. All right. To the folks that are seated around the table here, thank you for being here. I expect your contribution. And I expect dialogue out of us especially. Don't be shy about piping in. And because many of us are around each other for the first times, at least the first couple times for this slow knuckle-dragging fighter pilot, who are you, where are you from? And that's a really important aspect for me so that I can resonate or it'll stick in my gray matter. With that, these don't just happen. So to the audiovisual team that is live streaming most of this, if not all of it today, thank you for being here. Thanks, gents. To our Club Muroc team and staff, Katie is my club everything, and her team is a very small but high-impact, high-performing team. Thank them when you see them. To my protocol team, a high-power office that covers not only my requirements, but my boss's requirements as well. Mina and Alicia, team of two. Acts like 2 dozen, actually 2. Thank you, ladies. To my exec team and everybody else at Edwards in my plans and programs shop that does this or sets this up, thank you also. And to anybody else that helped you and your teams get here that's here today, thanks also. So I'm going to hand off now to LT. And when this gentleman walks up, no, I didn't mean lieutenant. So LT, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Good morning, everybody. Lynn Tawney with the Navy, China Lake. I work for Admiral Hash. Let's next slide, please. Kick off with talk about a little bit of background of what we're going to do this morning. I want to talk about a little bit of admin. Please check your cell phones and put those on silent for the meetings. And the admins, next slide, please. Restrooms, you saw them out in the foyer as you came in the entrance. There's also some restrooms right behind me in this corner over here. Emergency exits, they're in all the corners. Choose the nearest one to you if you need to get out of here pretty quickly. Security classification here today is going to be unclassified all day. And then the breakout rooms, if you want to have a sidebar or something, there's a room. Go outside and go to your left to the lunchroom, and there's also some space outside if you want to have a private conversation. Next slide, please. A little bit about how the day looks. These. Let me add one thing on top of that. Somebody
activate this one. Thanks. So for those of you that are listening to us but not physically in the room with us, and for those of you in the room, unclassified and we're streaming, so keep that in mind. If there's a controlled unclassified information topic or FOU or something that you don't want to release into the wild, let us know. We'll shut the feed down for that topic, and we can't actually go up to that, I won't say up to that level, but at that releasability if that's a topic we want to do. And for the commanders in the room, if you want to shut that down later, we have that option as well. So just let us know. Mindful we're streaming, but we don't have to, is what I'm saying on the classification. Thanks, LT. Back to you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay, not expecting you to read this eye chart. You have these in front of you. This is the agenda for the AM session, kicking off now, go until lunch. It's going to be 4 briefs, R2508, then the operational working group brief, and 2 National Park Service briefs. Then we'll break for lunch. Next slide, please. After lunch, we'll come back for the MCS agenda. And that's how your day looks today. Next slide. So before we kick off the R2508 brief, I wanted to kind of give you a background of why we're here. What is the Joint Policy Planning Board? What is the Mojave Commanders Summit? A little bit about who the players are and what the roles and responsibilities are. Next slide, please. So the membership for the Joint Policy and Planning Board is the 412 Test Wing, the National Training Center, Fort Irwin, and the Naval Air Weapons Center, Channel Lake. Those are the primary 3. The MCS membership adds those, plus Navy Region, Southwest, and Marine Corps installations. The annual meeting rotates between the primary 3. Every now and then it can go to the national parks if desired. Next slide, please. The roles and responsibilities for the Joint Policy and Planning Board is to enhance the preservation and enhancement of the R2508 complex, to provide a focal point for DoD matters, to work collectively on to improve and optimize Department of Defense research, development, test, and evaluation and training. The roles for the MCS are similar, but to provide a foster an environment of cooperation amongst all the DoD installations. And really, the primary focus areas for the MCS is air and ground encroachment, endangered species, habitat, mainly environmental and sustainment issues, and whatever else everyone in that agenda feels is important topic. So that's JPP and MCS. These are very important topics. That's why we get together once a year to talk about this stuff. Next slide, please. So now we'll go into the R2508 issues brief. This was prepared by your Complex Control Board, myself, Ms. Jenna Kirkpatrick from NTC, and Mr. Frank Arnold from the 412 Test Wing. Next slide. The R2508 history goes back to 1955 when the FAA initially called it Danger Area 484. They changed the name to R2508 in 1959. In 1961, the FAA assumed air traffic management responsibilities for the complex. 1974, the DoD logistics commanders established this forum, the Joint Policy and Planning Board. And then in 1979, the DoD and the FAA began the first reimbursable agreements for the cooperation between DoD and FAA on this airspace and how it works, and we'll talk more about that. Next slide, please. So the complex is the largest in the United States. It's air traffic managed by Joshua Approach here on Edwards Air Force Base, and it's joint use. And what that means, and that's a pretty important term in DoD airspace, joint use means by day it's DoD, by night it's FAA and National Airspace System. So by day, test and training, by night, American Airlines. And that's really how DoD prefers it, and that optimizes the airspace for all users. Next slide. The complex runs 24 hours, 7 days a week. It's busier during the daylight hours, a little slower on the weekends and evenings. It's non-exclusive use, and that's a very important term we'll probably talk about a couple times in coming slides. Non-exclusive use, a little bit very different than the way DoD runs other ranges. I'll talk about that as we press forward. Because we accommodate DoD and we accommodate test and training, we get a myriad of unique user requests, and we call those special activities. And, you know, that's just the nature of the Department of Defense business, and we're happy to support that. So really what we talk about at the JPB is these special activities, how they're going, and what we're doing to mitigate them. Next slide. The organization is 3-tiered. You're looking at the board of directors at the top level there. The Joint Policy and Planning Board was established by the Secretary of Defense, and it's charged with the enhancement and preservation of the complex. Next, you've got the Complex Control Board, tasked to see the policy execution and the overall management, and that's the Complex Control Board with myself, Jenna, and Mr. Frank Arnold. And then at the lower there, you've got the Central Coordinating Facility. tasked with airspace management, scheduling, and mission support. That's the heart and soul of our 2508 is that CCF right there. And when we talk about all the pluses and the good things we do for the customer, that's where that good work is getting done. Next slide. There's a couple injects to the organization. First one is the Operational Working Group, which is headed up by Commodore Brilla of Naval Test Wing Pacific and Colonel Mizell, 412 Test Wing. And that's a very important inject. That's user requirements. And that's what the Complex Control Board uses to establish doctrine and policy. There's the Joint Control Facility, the JCF there, which is the FAA. Mr. Miguel Anaya is here representing the FAA. And then there's a technical working group that weighs in on the importance of the technical systems infrastructure that's out there that supports the complex. Next slide. The JPB has a policy manual since inception, and this year we're going to re-sign it to update it. There's no major policy changes. The document's on the little table in the center there, and we'll have the principals sign that a little bit later before the break for lunch. Next slide. The budget, snapshot of the budget for 2022 as for the complex, $13.4 million. You'll notice that Department of Defense pitches in with the FAA to pay for the complex. So interesting, the FAA pays for some of this complex, right? Because remember, we're joint use during the day, DOD, at night, National Airspace System. So this saves the DOD quite a bit of money, actually, in the end. So the joint use concept turns out to be pretty important. Down at the bottom there, just FYI, the air traffic control portion of the complex is $3.6 million, and the tech ops, which is maintaining all of your radars, radios, and microwaves, is $5 million a year. That's the DOD cost. Next slide. Utilization, pretty heavy in the early 80s there, starts at 1983, goes to 2020. Dropped off after some BRAC periods, but now it's hovering around just under 20,000 sorties. When we talk about the exclusive use or the non-exclusive use nature of this complex, it's going to come back to this slide. Why we're non-exclusive use is to get those 28,000 sorties for the year for DOD. Very important. There's no other place for those customers to go. Don't have an exact number for the National Airspace System support, but it's probably 40 to 50,000 sorties a year. Next slide. We have an investment plan to keep up. Yes, sir.
Can you go back? You can just leave my mic on. Can you go back a chart? Thank you. So I think it's, I don't need it today. If we have an answer, awesome. But for future implementations of the use of the airspace from a national perspective, this chart overlined with the civilian overflight of the complex, especially on the northern shelf, number of sorties a day in the national airspace, there would be super, super valuable so that we can see the balance in this forum for the use of the complex. And it can be, it can be by year, so it wouldn't matter if it's turned over and non-active or active, but how much air traffic we're actually flowing through that airspace as well. The counts are going to be interesting, and I would be interested to know how much is Class A airspace and how much is general aviation. That will inform a lot of potential discussions on what do we do about the Trona Gap going forward and things like that. So there's opportunity here to give us scale, not just the military perspective, but also civilian use of the same complex in the same data. Does that make sense, LT? And that?
Yes, sir. Definitely. We'll take that for action.
Copy you said not available. Understand. But if that's something that we can start building out, that gives us all a better perspective on how do we manage this truly unique in the nation capability, and it's a balance. So thank you in advance for those who are going to work that, and thanks, LT, for the interruption.
Yes, sir. We'll definitely work on that. Appreciate that input. Next slide. So some of the systems investments we did for history in 2018 to 2020, we installed a new air traffic control surveillance scopes. It's an FAA standard. It's also a Navy standard. All of your naval bases have stars. And we also upgraded the RTRN, which is your R2508 tunable radio network. On 22 and 23, we're upgrading our scheduling system, and we're going to try to transition to the center scheduling enterprise. 24 and 25, we're looking to upgrade our microwaves, critical components, because those microwaves bring all of your radar data and your comms data from out in the field back here to Edwards. And then in the out years, where the CCB is developing a systems investment plan. Next slide. The coordination between the Department of Defense and the FAA is via this. It's the reimbursable agreement. There's two of them, one for air traffic management and the other one for the tech ops portion of the maintenance. They do both. Those budget slides pay for this. And this reimbursable agreement usually goes in 5-year increments. This goes all the way back to 1979. The current increment is 2020 to 2024, so we have about another year and a half or 2 years left. So we're already starting on the next reimbursable agreement now. And whenever you do this, you usually try to do a complex analysis of some sort. And the last one was done by SPAWAR activity out of Florida, and they did that in 2015. That was a pretty good report. This year, the CCB is going to do a report. It's called the strategic plan, and it'll be the analysis for where we want to continue the complex going for the next 5 years. Next slide. So this is the bread and butter of why we're here. We'll talk about what's going on in the complex, the goods and others, and I have a slide for each of these, except for noise complaints. We'll just talk about noise complaints. Noise complaints are just a daily, weekly routine for us. It's not that anybody's doing anything wrong. Sometimes they do. It's really a pilot education and awareness program. But 90% of the time, the pilots are doing what they're supposed to be doing. The aircraft are just really loud. And so the other part of the awareness is to get out and do outreach with the public, to let the public know where the hot spots are. And the hot spots are Kern River, Kern County, and then a couple spots up in the northern complex in the Lone Pine area. And we go to those hot spots, we do outreach, we get out there and we actually try to do a flyby, show them what a F-15 looks like going by at 3,000 feet so they can calibrate their eyeballs. We want to keep doing that for noise complaints. Generally, again, the pilots are doing the right thing. Every now and then they bust the numbers, and the CCF goes back, contacts that unit, and say, let's get some education awareness out there. We really want to minimize noise complaints. It's a public perception issue. And I have a slide for the rest of these. Next slide. So exclusive use, again, very different for DoD to do this. Normally, when you're doing test and training or anything to do with an unmanned aerial vehicle, you do want your own exclusive airspace, restricted airspace or a warning area. You really would desire that all the time. You don't want interlopers, folks not associated with your event. The reason we can't afford that luxury in our 2508 is because we would lose, I estimate, 14 to 17,000 sorties a year if we went to exclusive use. So the CCB is here to tell the JPPB we really would like to continue this policy of non-exclusive use. We work really hard one-on-one with the customers to integrate their requirements we don't call it exclusive use, but we try to minimize those folks that may interfere with their event. So we're recommending status quo because it would just crush the sortie count rate if we change that. Next slide. Large force exercises, very important critical capability on the test side and on the training side. Very difficult to incorporate, again, to integrate into a non-exclusive use complex. The good news is the folks at the CCF are really good at this. And some examples, Orange Flag, they would have liked exclusive use. We told them we can't give it to you. They weren't able to go to off hours or weekends. They need to be in the middle of the day for a very good reason. They're integrating with folks in Hawaii and folks off the East Coast at the same time. That's an awesome event, and we really don't want to lose that capability. So the staff was able to work with them and minimize the pain to the other customers. This is a great example of the test and training community playing well in the sandbox. Orange Flag's been executing. The last 2 to 3 have gone well. The lessons learned and feedback have been very good without having to go to exclusive use. So all in all, LFE execution, a great success story for the complex. Next slide.
Yeah, then before we go on, it's even maybe a couple slides back, but just, as we continue to exercise that to get the traffic in, but we're of course moving to more unmanned exercises. So how are we thinking and talking amongst each other about how we're going to use unmanned, see and avoid, those kind of things to be non-exclusive.
Yes, sir. Let me address that in one or two slides,
Okay.
and then catch me again, sir, if we don't answer your question. A little bit about supersonic, because our technologies and our platforms are getting skinnier and faster, and they make a lot of noise, and that's all good. But from a range standpoint, when you're a range manager, supersonic is very difficult. Now, we do have supersonic areas, and this is out of the user's handbook. We have the high altitude corridor in the blue with the dotted line, and we have the Black Mountain corridor, the kind of the keyhole there. But that's not enough. The customer wants more. They would really like to have most of the complex supersonic. We just, as a CCB, we're to tell you that's extremely difficult to do. We can do a lot of stuff above 30,000 feet, but anything below 30,000 feet, any kind of an expansion on supersonic is extremely challenging. It's just because the sonic booms just very unpopular with the public. So challenging if we were to continue forward in this area, but always willing to have that discussion. Just kind of want to put the word out there to the tactical users that this would be a challenge for us if we were to ask for more. Next slide. Sir, UAS integration. I've got 3 slides on this because this is another foot stomper. This is like large force, large scale exercise integration. Unmanned air vehicles are extremely difficult to integrate in non-exclusive use. They require their own airspace. They cannot do see and avoid, an FAA term, where, you know, general aviation and the pilot community, we use a lot of systems to watch out for other aircraft, but mainly we use our eyeballs, and that's an FAA requirement. Inside a restricted airspace, DoD can do whatever they want, but they still have safety issues that we need to be concerned about. So we still use see and avoid inside DoD restricted airspace. But UAS integration is another success story because we've worked really hard with this community to improve these services, and we continue to work hard with it. So there's increasing demand here, definitely, and this is the future. You normally, with a UAS, you need a chase plane, a ground observer, or some source of sense and avoid system. So what we're doing in the complex for the platforms that do not have that is we're saying above 40,000 feet, that's flight level 400, but that's 40,000 feet. Above 40,000 feet, you don't need a chase, right? So we get rid of that requirement. We have UAS transition routes and altitudes that I'm going to show you. And we do other exceptions. I have not seen a UAS customer be turned away from the CCB without getting their requirements done. That's been very challenging, but it's also been very rewarding to be able to say. Next slide, please. This is an example. The CCB puts this out every day, not this. This is just a piece of it. We put out a daily brief sheet. It's for all the air crew. And it's really what's going on inside the complex that day. What do they need to know when they're flying around out there? This is what we tell them just for UASs. Here's where they're at on the routes day and night on the map, and it may be hard to read where you're at. But over here is also the textual description of the platform, the time of day, and the altitude they're at with the time and the call sign. And that way the pointy nose guys flying around have an idea where these things are flying around at. Next slide. Again, UAS integration is the future. We're moving, Navy's moving for the MQ-25 Stingray tanker. DoD's moving towards manned and unmanned teaming with UAS wingmen. So this is on our to-do list for a long time. We're going to continue to do the best we can to integrate UASs. So did that answer your question?
It did. We're moving pretty quick. I didn't know if there's any conversation or concerns. I mean, I just want to make sure we've got a big forum and everyone's good with what we're saying, then let's press. But I feel like this is probably a point of discussion, conversations.
So I'm grabbing the mic to make sure I get broadcast online as well. And I'm going to plead ignorance here and say FAA rep in the room.
Miguel?
Somebody? Yeah. Hey, welcome. I'm glad you're here. And if we need to hand you a mic to answer this question, if you need to take it, let's get the answer back to you. I think we're approaching a point as a nation where the see and avoid concept in UAS in all types of airspace is going to be new. You know, 50 years from now, it's going to be very different, the rules, than what that existed 20 years ago. What's your sense for, is a complex like 2508 leading the FAA on that stuff, or are we about on pace with what the rest of you're seeing or what FAA is seeing on that?
I would just say we're on pace because it's a lot more than just the complex. The complex probably has more of the larger UAS vehicles than anything. And like LT said, all that stuff's on Google if you want to look at Stingray, all that stuff. So the airspace is going to have to advance forward. As far as the military side, we're definitely in the forefront of that. For a civil side, before the pandemic, Uber and Lyft are supposed to be flying people around with autonomous taxis starting next year. That's not going to happen. But we are on the forefront of all that happening, and the airspace in general has all kinds of things that the CCB and I work with regularly for UASs, for space. Everything is going to have to move forward. So that's why I'm here.
I'm glad you're here, and you kind of addressed it's not in the room, but it is an elephant. At or below a certain altitude, there's going to be a bazillion small UASs, not just toys, but other things. I don't know, maybe Kurt can chime in on that. I don't know there's going to be a lot of military immediate applicability outside of controlled airspace or outside of restricted airspace for that. But the larger integration into, what would be Class E, Class G is what I was trying to get a gauge for. I think you've already answered that question a little bit. But to the extent that we can partner in this complex and say, here's a potential use case for integration or co-use, I think 2508 is a good complex for us to consider, and how would we use and track that. And if you collectively, DOT or FAA specific, see something that we may benefit from, please bring it. We're ready to go.
The only thing I'd mention on that is the things I have with headquarters that I've been talking to them about is something similar to like a transponder or ADSB that they use to separate. And we have people that are working on detection and avoidance software for the UAVs, but you just got to imagine that moving way forward. And to get there is going to take a lot of work by these people. So
I use the airspace, and I mentioned military, commercial traffic, and GA traffic. I actually use the airspace in all three ways. As a commercial, I'm a passenger, not a pilot, unfortunately. But in the other ones I do. I think there's opportunity, ADSB opportunity, for us to gain increases in safety. Maybe not throughput, but increases in safety in the complex. And I don't know how far out we are for that. But even if we did that with all military applications, until small UASs that were commercial required it or could do it, there's a potential opportunity that may not be reachable yet. So I think ADSB is a good opportunity there. So interested in any thoughts, and if anybody wants to, could my ops group commander wants to correct me 100% on that, we're good. Anybody else on this before we move off of it?
Yeah, I want to stay on that topic a little bit. So I'm also a fan of ADSB, but there's a lot of things that are never going to have ADSB, some things that people won't want to put ADSB on, whether it be for financial or they just don't want to be seen. So are we partnering on other opportunities to be tracking all these small UASs? We've had a conversation about what that looks like in the future. Somewhat even on encroachment. Have we had that conversation?
I mean, if we go too in deep on what we're tracking, I think we could turn the camera off.
Yeah, I agree. But are we having a conversation about all of us working together with the FAA on just a general picture and understanding of what's out there?
From where we are, we're not working with the FAA on the small UAS discussion. We're working at protecting our infrastructure and other things.
Yeah.
So if we want to tie that into what we're doing with the FAA to inform them, then we have to expand how we're having our dialogue.
Okay. Yeah. And
So there's a subgroup on the PBFA and DC UAS subgroup. So they deal directly with FAA headquarters. So those discussions are taking place on the East Coast. We're just not isolating them here. But yeah, that's an ongoing discussion because even years ago they changed the altitude for the small UASs. So we had advised everybody if you're going to fly low in the complex, stay above 500 feet because they're 400 feet below because we can't see them. They don't have the radar. They don't squawk. Mom and pop goes and buys a toy and flies it. So other than that, we're waiting for the policy direction coming out of the PBFA and FAA headquarters.
yeah.
So we're aware of that, but we really don't drive the policy. So
Yeah.
like waiting, this waiting on how the FAA is going to integrate UAS
Okay. I mean, yeah, I have a son that flies quadcopters, and exactly, there's no room to put an ADSB on that little thing, and he's doing performance stuff, so they're absolutely doing all that stuff at lower levels. So the question though is, and by the way, you and I chat later. I mean, I know what you're talking about, but I'm just thinking about a broader perspective of just for safety, for just awareness. Do we even know what's going on? Is there an opportunity for us to start thinking about that? And maybe that's a conversation within the CCB next year of, hey, what would that look like? Because I think this problem is just we can track the big stuff. We have ways to do it. They're all doing, putting out some sort of signal, or we're going to know they're there. But it's all the little stuff that is the mom and pops. It's the other things. It's the not mom and pops, but they're small businesses that don't understand the rules. And there's those kind of things going on too. Do we have an understanding so we can really start to educate? Hey, we found you. We need to come educate you, or we found you and we need to, re-educate you. That kind of thing, so that we don't end up in a problem where we're taking down $1 million aircraft, multi-million-dollar aircraft because we didn't get ahead of this problem. So
We can follow up, contact PDFA and see
yeah,
where that policy direction is going.
yeah. I mean, policy is one thing, but we can do something out here in the region to be thinking about what that looks like, and
So right now on the daily brief sheet, they do publish where small UASs are operating if they're known.
if they're known, right?
So that's typically stuff like Park Service or
Yep.
PG&E over Owens Lake.
Yeah.
But obviously, any mom and pop can just drive out and launch a quadcopter, and we have no idea about it.
Right, and that's what I'm getting at. Is I'm sure we're doing the right conversations here to make sure that we know where the people that we want to know are at. But there's a lot going on that we don't know, and it's just going to proliferate. We're on the cusp of a massive proliferation. I can't even imagine when we get to the air taxis, whenever that might happen. But when air taxis come along, then everyone's going to feel really comfortable flying their UAVs around without talking to anybody. So,
Michelle, could you go back one slide, please? So, sir, this is an example when we do know, as discussed, when they do tell us, we put in the miscellaneous activities here. Dr. Mercer, to my knowledge, we're not getting small UAS complaints from anyone, like near messes or anything, correct?
We do work very closely with Miguel and the rest of the FAA team to take any type of reports like that and try to assist them with hunting down who those violators are, or to part of our outreach programs, making sure that we have flyers and we have people out there talking to the most common likely culprits of the general public who are operating in known areas where small UAS activity is observed. In addition to that, we do send several of our airspace managers to the meetings that are occurring in the FAA back in the East Coast. They are bringing back all the information that they're getting. I mean, obviously, we as a nation are still at we're building the rules still. So we are making sure that our complex has a voice at those meetings, and that we're taking back what we're hearing from other agencies and entities and airspace owners, so that we can implement it into what we are doing. Are we perfect? Are we there yet as a nation? No. Is the complex right there where everybody else is? Absolutely. We are part of that conversation every day.
yeah, okay, that's good. Like I said, I just want to make sure we had a little conversation about it, and maybe instead of just being right where everyone else is, maybe there's an opportunity to pilot something or do something different. If there's, we have a lot of opportunity to get after. If the policy members want to try something, well, come try it out here. Let's go figure it out.
Yeah,
this is what we do for a living, is test and those kind of things. So
Yeah, I want to echo that. I mean, obviously, the Army, we're much slower and slower than anything you're talking here. Our idea of a small UAS is something that fit in the palm of your hand in many cases. So, but we are seeing a significant growth at Fort Irwin in the use of SUASs. I mean, we just had a 40 vehicle drone swarm attack that we replicated. And, we would see over the next 5-10 years that grow into 100, 200 vehicle swarms operating routinely, and we've got a lot of other small UASs. So you're going to see dramatic increases in the use of SUAS inside Fort Irwin's airspace. That's military airspace. That's fine. But what we've realized internally to our installation is we've got to have a better system in place, because we've got helicopters transiting that airspace all the time, And we realize that if we start getting to a world where we might have 100 SUAS up in the air at any one time, do we have the systems to manage them properly? So I would absolutely agree with China Lake and Edwards that if you want to test a new policy, R2508 is the place to do it, because we're going to have more stuff flying and more complex operations than probably anyone else. The other thing I do want to highlight is we recently dealt with an unauthorized UAS incursion, and what we realized is we didn't know who to call. Law enforcement was looking at it, and you call the local police, and they're like, I don't know what to tell you. But we need to build that infrastructure. I think that's something we're going to see more and more of. Some of it will be the curious hobbyist. Some of it, all three of us are doing lots of things that we don't want foreign adversaries to know about, or foreign competitors. And so we need to be able to provide those incidents in a reliable way. And I just don't think we've got that connective tissue right now at Fort Irwin, and we'll have to build that.
2 points for you, sir. One, testing inside the complex, inside the Fort Worth test wing, restricted areas, all of our restricted areas. We are leading from the front when it comes to testing of all swarm activity, the autonomous, high-speed, hypersonic aircraft, supersonic passenger jets, all of that testing, because it occurs in the complex, we get the very unique position of being able to learn as the system is growing. So we are actually providing feedback to the FAA, getting Miguel and his team in part of our concept of operations and how we're going to make these things work in the airspace. So we are at a one critical point in the nation as far as how we are changing direction when it comes to UASs. But our office is uniquely positioned to have that touch point with all of these stakeholders that are coming in. And we do have some coming within the next year to 2 years that are planning to come to use the airspace to do exactly what you're discussing. In addition to that, the central coordinating facility, the office that we're in, if you've ever had anything that you're airborne, Miguel and his team would be your reporting mechanism. If for whatever reason you did not have that as an option, then our office is more than happy to take that call, and we can, because we do have such a large network of touch points across the complex with local and state law enforcement, we can help. If we've had that happen, or we've had phone calls where there's been something observed, we've been able to call those local law enforcement point of contact, and they've been able to send somebody out to that location to figure out what was going on. So highlighting Miguel and his team, and ours as a point of contact for anybody that may need it.
So, I'm glad, this is what I said just a few minutes ago, that we're going to find nice sidebars and tangents. This is an example of one that may display something on the calendar. So from an administrative purpose, LT and Friday, if you guys can plan to be done, tailor your briefs to be done at about quarter after. We'll take a 15-minute break and then let the National Park Service start on time at 10:30. Is that a reasonable adjustment in execution? Yeah, so that gives us 35 more minutes, math in public, to finish what we want to do between you two. Is that good, LT? Friday?
There's only a few more slides.
Great. Okay. Now let me put I think a final pile on here, and an opportunity for cross department, and it's actually cross 3 departments here. I assess one of the major gaps in this small UAS discussion right now is we don't have federal code that is really applicable to the people that violate the rules, that has any real teeth to it. And so in this room, literally right now, we have leadership and connections to leadership in DOD, Department of the Interior, and Department of Transportation. And so if there's coordination that we can help you on up the chain, and we can help you on up the chain, to then have a multi-department push at Congress to update laws that work for all of us, that's going to have national benefit and national impact. And the complex provides that kind of value to the nation too. So let's coordinate at our levels, be a demanding customer of Congress and the White House to make sure we update these laws to give us the teeth to do the law enforcement when or if required. And if it's not law enforcement, it's just a friendly reminder, that's okay too. But I think there's good opportunity and great vignettes that we have generated and will generate, even if we can't immediately generate law enforcement actions upon them, that would inform that larger discussion. Good, gents? Gent? Okay. Any other comments on this, and then we'll let LT move on.
Just a quick question. So I know who Lynn is. So is this the whole CCB table? I mean, I guess I don't understand who, you said our organization. Who is our organization?
So, sir, you have the JPPB, obviously you guys. You have
Yep.
Mr. Benjamini, Mr. Frank Alder, which are the Complex Control Board. And then you have myself, my Navy partner, who is not here today. And we have 6 airspace managers that comprise the Central Coordinating Facility.
Central Coordinating.
Would be my Navy partner.
Okay. And who are you? I've never heard you get introduced. I apologize.
I'm Dr. Mercer.
Okay. And your job is what?
I'm the USAM director of the CCM.
Okay.
So I
Got
work
it.
with my Navy partner, which is Andrea Bullitt.
Yep.
We manage the CCM on behalf of the CCB.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, good. Next slide, please. It was good discussion. I think we're going to finish up on time. I've got one more item to touch on, and then we'll talk about a few airspace slides, and then we'll pass it off to the operational working group. Next slide, please. This is the number one issue for the complex to resolve this year and next. It's a staffing shortage on the FAA and the Joint Coordination Facility. It's severely impacting ops. We've had multiple ATC alert, ATC zero scenarios this year. For those unfamiliar terms, ATC alert, FAA staffing is getting very minimal, unable to probably keep the complex open. It's actually shut down a couple times due to staffing issues. Staffing issues have been low for years. Across the nationwide, the FAA is at 77%. We're at about 66%. COVID hits wiped that out, and then we've had some sick outs. That have hurt us pretty good. So what the CCB is doing is we're immediately out of the gate going to augment our MRUs to get as much production out of those guys as we can. And, military radar units can only do so much. They can't do air traffic control certified functions such as, flying folks around in IMC and issuing clearances. But so we're gonna look at this problem. We're attacking it now in our strategic plan, and before the next JPBB next year, you're going to have a strategic plan on your desk in 30 to 45 days that's going to say how we're going to fix this for next year and the outlying years. It's a long-term problem, and we're going to look at the various options there. So before I move off of this slide, it is the number one issue. There's more information in work and coming down the path. Just to pause if there's any questions on this.
How is that recommendation going to get funneled up to be potentially resourced? Which organization do we envision funneling that up?
Yes, sir. Good question. It's joint. It's your group. The three of you sitting at that table, your folks working for you that sit in this row right here, and Dr. Mercer are preparing that strategic plan. We're going to give it to you, and at the same time, we're talking to our resource sponsors.
Yeah, I'm not going to derail the conversation now on that, but if you hand it to the three of us, by definition, we don't know where to go with it because of the divided resourcing lines until you get to actually inside OSD. So I'm interested to know. I will be very interested to know what the most likely or most reasonable is. This a Department of the Navy, Department of the Air Force, or Department of the Army advocacy required to get it into CAPE and get it into OSD? That's my biggest question when that gets to me. It's a valid requirement, but we have to find a place that has good advocacy and a reasonable affiliation. Does that ask make sense?
The Complex Control Board is doing that advocacy. So we've been holding the meetings since June with the Western Service Area, which is the Pacific Rim, and the regional managers in the LA Basin.
Yeah, but so Frank, I hear you loud and clear, but the Policy Control Board doesn't palm.
Yes.
We palm.
Yes, sir. We're well aware of the financials. We're looking for budget-neutral solutions to what we think we already have. So that's the discussions that are ongoing now, is to how do we take the FAA controllers out of the command and control mission support for our aircraft when we already have those assets. We have support and we have China control. So we're already investing in money that was left over to make sure that we're going to have that capability. So we have gotten to the point with the FAA that the staffing issue, I've been dealing with it for over a decade. We need to do something else, and that something else is bringing our folks in, and of course we're going to
in advance of next year's meeting is when you think we're going to have something ready for prime time?
All that last meeting was Tuesday.
Okay.
with the regional folks.
Yeah, sounds great. I'm not afraid to advocate up any of the POM channels using TRMC as an additional advocate within the Department of Defense for resources as required, and maybe we need some policy changes along there as well. I just that is going to be my big ask, where and why. And if it's resource neutral copy, that means there's just because it's potentially resource neutral doesn't mean the resources will be preserved for it. So it's also an interesting, how do we ask for it as well? And I'm sure you're going to work all that. Just thanks.
Yes, sir. It goes via your MAGCOM, which Frank's talking to, and it goes for the Navy. It's OpNav N94. We're talking to them also. And there'll be more on this forthcoming. Next slide, please. I'm going to go through some airspace slides so I can finish it up, give it to the operational working group. First one's internal to R2508, and then a couple, we'll talk about some hypersonic corridor efforts that are going out there, because this is kind of like UAS integration. Hypersonics is kind of an important topic right now. Next slide. So years back, the Trona corridor here between the R2505, China Lake, and R2524, North Range, South Range, this control fire area was created in the mid-90s to shoot a few weapons across that corridor there. And it's been in use for 30 years. In about 2018, the FAA said, you know, we're really not comfortable with those activities being a controlled fire area. We'd really like you to make that restricted airspace. And they didn't say any other airspace. They said make it restricted airspace. So next slide, please. So R2511 was the name given to us. That's what that CFA is going to become. It's going to be very CFA-like. In other words, activated by NOTAM. Here's how many. It's not very much usage. Same as the CFA. No more than 36 events a year, minimizing the hour blocks during the day, 6,000 to 20,000 feet MSL. This should come on board in December of this year, where we're going to, as a backup, we're going to ask the FAA for a CFA extension just in case there's any other delays along here. So we'll preserve that corridor.
Hey, Len, before you move slides, no comment on this, but I would feel more comfortable if we turn the streaming off in the next few slides after this. So.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, are we good to proceed? I'm just looking for a thumbs up that we're streaming clear. Oh.
Give me 30 seconds. He said he needs about 30 seconds to build it.
Gotcha.
It's not going to be active all the either. It's going to be active all the time. So periodically, yeah. Participating.
Is it just, can we just cap the camera?
Next slide. All right, the OWG charter, it's really to provide user input for the complex to optimize both test efficiency and safety in the complex. Next slide. We had our last meeting in March 2022. We had it here at Edwards. We were still under some COVID restrictions, so we weren't 100% in person, but we had good participation from all the appropriate users. Next slide. Major discussion items that came up. We talked about Link 16. Up until 2020, there was a broadcast capability in the complex. There's some hardware issues, and we have not had a broadcast surveillance picture in the complex for the last couple of years. The Navy's been working on a solution, and we're hoping to go live with that in the next 30 days or so. Let's see, large force exercises, just like what Lynn talked about. There was some discussion about exclusive use. Ultimately, we rejected the exclusive use in favor of improved coordination. There have been some changes to the user's manual that have worked pretty well. There was a discussion on directed energy. Currently, directed energy ops that are non-eye-safe out in the complex are handled on a case-by-case basis. And because of the high variability, the decision was made to stick with that, stick with case-by-case. Again, there's anything from something that has a NOHD of a few hundred feet, which is pretty easy to mitigate, to something that may have an NOHD of several miles that you need to keep inside of a restricted area. Next slide. We talked about UAS integration, the same stuff that we were just talking about earlier. In the larger complex, we are, as discussed, non-exclusive use, see and avoid. I think the users would be perfectly happy if there was a UAV that came in that had a certified sense and avoid system of some sort. I'm unaware of one that anyone's gotten certified through any kind of authority at this time. We talked about 2511. Again, we just talked about that quite a bit. There was a discussion about a Mojave extension that Big FAA was, I guess they've been going through all the airports in the country looking at stuff. That was rejected or recommended non-concur from everyone who is there, including JCF. It was a bump out of their Class D to accommodate an approach. It would have encroached on the IR 200 and a couple other low-level routes through there that we were not really too interested in. Let's see, the VR 1293, that's a Edwards VR route that no one was using, and that was kind of put up for sale. No one was particularly interested in it. It's kind of a weird route. It actually follows the IR 200 over 2 points. It's only a 2-point route. Basically goes from Gorman straight into the south end of 2508, and then it just ends. Next slide. And this is what we also just talked about. The biggest concern from the OWG that has popped up since our meeting is the JCF manning and the cases where we've gone ATC 0 or ATC D grade. We really, as far as I know, we only had one daytime ATC 0 event. We've had several times overnight that JCF has gone ATC 0 in the middle of the night, which doesn't generally affect operations. But that is, I'd say, the OWG's biggest concern at this time. And I think that's the last one I have. Next slide. That's all I have, sir. I got it there in about 6 minutes.
Well done. I don't have anything else to ask questions on. Anybody in the room? We can run you a mic. Okay. More time to upload, download coffee before we kick back off at the bottom of the hour. If you, during that break, other than taking care of your personal needs, talk to someone that you already know and that you arrived with, you're violating intent. Go meet somebody new. Ready? Break.
Test 1 2 check 1 2 test.
to give us an update. I want to highlight a couple things. One, that's a re-emphasis. If you get up and have a question or a statement or response, stand up and say who you are or where you're from so that we know where you fit in the large puzzle organizationally. Again, to comply with my own rule, Matt Heiger, I'm the commander of the 412 Test Wing here at Edwards. And so that it can be that simple. Second, there are some really great vignettes and examples of the partnership and alignment between the Department of the Interior and the Department of Defense. I have now been involved in 2 of those locations. One of them was in the Panhandle of Florida, where the alignment between the 2 incentives are tremendous, and I think we have very similar alignment here in the Southwest United States. I will tell you personally, as a pointy nose aviator, having a place that I can reliably and safely operate well below 500 feet at high speeds is very valuable training and testing, and I'm sure there's other folks in the room that can attest to that. But we need to make sure that we aren't violating or infringing on anything that you are also protecting. And so there are opportunities here for us to learn from each other and learn the value back and forth as well. And so I'm going to learn from you, and I encourage you to continue to talk to us and let us know, and as we will let you know where we look for or see opportunities for partnership. So with that, gentlemen, thank you for being here, Mike and Clay and your teammates. So welcome.
Thank you. Would it be okay if we talk from the podium? Thanks. Is this working? All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Reynolds. I'm the superintendent at Death Valley National Park. Here with my colleague Rob Wissinger, who's the chief ranger at Death Valley National Park, as well as our colleagues from Sequoia Kings Canyon National Park in the Sierras, and they'll be giving you a brief in a little bit. So we're going to talk about Death Valley first. Also want to mention how much we sincerely appreciate the relationship that's been established through the process that they were describing earlier. That goes back. I have always felt this will be my 4th or 5th one I've attended in person, that there's a sincere value in the relationship, as well as an engagement in what the issues are, that we as the National Park Service have lots of overlap with the different bases that we're surrounded with. We share a boundary with Fortress Irwin as well as China Lake, so have lots of day-to-day issues as well as the aircraft issues. So we'll talk about some of those today. Also want to thank you guys for what you do. National defense is clearly very important, incredibly deep appreciation from the Department of the Interior, National Park Service for the mission that you have and carry out. Also wanted to mention our appreciation for General Hilger and Edwards Air Force Base. Made us feel extremely welcome. It's a sort of a different environment than what we're used to. We live in the middle of nowhere, so seeing this many people all at once is rare. So thanks for that. And also want to thank Stephanie Gray and the group that helped us get here, the maps and things. How many of you have been to Death Valley National Park? So about 2/3. How many have flown over it but not been on the ground? All right, there's always a couple. That counts. That definitely counts. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Death Valley National Park, but then we'll get to the meat of it pretty quick. But I wanted to talk a little bit about where that is. We haven't actually been able to attend one of these in person due to COVID for what's now 3 years. We missed a couple of them. So I was looking back when we were trying to see what has happened that are significant events since then. And unfortunately, it's not all good news. We've had 3 F-18s crash in or immediately adjacent to Death Valley National Park since that time, and extended cleanup. 2 fatalities of pilots and 7 visitors that were injured by the first crash in 2019. We also had been working with China Lake that entire time on installation of a radar site in Death Valley National Park on Rogers Peak, which is substantively complete. So it's been a successful project and gone through the environmental on that, and it's been an extremely positive process. Next slide, please. So Death Valley National Park, 2/3 of it you can see in that blue blob there. It's actually about 1/3 larger than what's shown there. It is widely known as the hottest place on Earth. That is actually true. The temperature of 134 degrees, ground temperature recorded at 134 degrees in 1913 is the hottest ever recorded, and 7 of the last 8 summers have been the hottest recorded. Each one gets hotter, not surprising. You're probably experiencing that also in the desert. And each of those are world records. So we've had, I could go through and through, but it's very hot, and we actually have, this will surprise you, visitors from all over this won't surprise you, visitors from all over the world coming to experience heat. August and September are the busiest 2 months of the year in Death Valley National Park. So of the 1.7 million people that come, it's pretty equally spread throughout the year because people actually come to be by the thermometer and say it's hot. But it's unique. Death Valley National Park is 3.4 million acres. It's roughly the size of Connecticut. It is the largest national park outside the state of Alaska. So a lot of land, 22 different mountain ranges. Those of you who have flown over it know there's a lot of intricacies to it. Common misconception is flat pile of sand. You guys all know different because you're here. But we spend a lot of time explaining to visitors who aren't here what it looks like. Spectacular scenery ranges from 282 feet below sea level, which is the lowest spot in the Western Hemisphere, to 11,000 feet at Telescope Peak. So we have everything in between as far as wildlife. There's water, trees, things you wouldn't imagine. As far as recreational assets, 8 separate campgrounds. We boast the largest campground in the national park system in the Furnace Creek area. So a lot of people come there in the winter for that type of recreation. We have over 1,400 miles of road, including most of those are 4-wheel drive roads. So we have Jeep groups that come from literally all over the world. Europeans will come here, rent equipment, and come specifically to Death Valley to experience that. So just trying to describe, there's lots of things to do there. It's been getting more and more popular. So pre-COVID, our visitation was increasing year by year. We doubled our visitation in the last 10 years, which is also a challenge for our budget hasn't changed, and staffing is a challenge, and the parking lots are too small and all those sorts of things. So those are some of the things we're dealing with, but there is a direct impact also to the flights because we're Death Valley, when some of this stuff was conceived decades ago, was sort of a backwater, maybe a park that didn't have a lot of visitation. We now have almost 2 million people a year coming here specifically to experience Death Valley, which is 94% designated wilderness. It's the largest wilderness in the lower 48. And some of the values that people come there to experience are dark night skies, natural quiet, solitude. So you can see where that comes into a little bit of conflict with some of the flight issues. So we'll talk about that in a minute. A little bit more about the history of Death Valley. So it was actually created in 1933. So if you can, oh good, you've flipped to the next one. So if you see the blue portion, that's Death Valley National Monument from 1933. And then in 1994, with the California Desert Protection Act, it added about 1.5 million acres. So the pink, where you see the pink, that, or maybe it's red, I'm not sure, that's what Death Valley National Park has been for the last 26 years. Then in 2019, there were a few more things added that aren't super relevant. One of the things I wanted to talk about a little bit also was so it's managed by the National Park Service, which is part of the Department of the Interior. We have a very specific mission from Congress. There's also a very specific set of sidebars that are created, that are established in order to establish a national park. So it has to be nationally significant. There's a whole class we could take on that. But in order to qualify as a national park, it has to have nationally significant assets that can't be found anywhere else or are so unique to either our history or our natural resources that they'd be set aside to be preserved. Then, if they're assigned to the National Park Service, we are given a mission of managing those assets. We actually have a dual and conflicting mission. If you want to have fun with this, we do two things. We are asked to preserve the resources that are found there, both the natural and cultural resources, and to welcome visitors and help them enjoy those resources. So often those two things can be in conflict. Yet another whole day we could spend on that. But so we're trying to bring in visitors and help them enjoy these places, but we're also trying to keep these places exactly as they have been going forward. So that is our mission, pretty straightforward, pretty fun one. But one of the things I wanted to relay, and I heard a few references to it during the R2508 discussion, is it's also anybody that I can get to think about it not as assets on the ground in this type of area aren't just residents, people. This is a national park that is set aside to be preserved because it's a super special place. There is no higher level of protection available anywhere in the country to preserve a thing because it's important than what's given to national parks. So you can probably see where that mission might have a slight level of conflict at times, or perceived by the public, with noise and overflights and those sorts of things. And when there are impacts like crashing F-18s, the cleanup is super sensitive because there's areas in those crash sites that can never be returned to their natural state. You can get the poison out of there and the visible pieces, but some of it's burned, scarred, dented. So I want to think about that. Having said that, very, very positive thing, and Death Valley is one of the unique places where we get to talk about this. When the expansion happened in 1994 with the California Desert Protection Act, that never would have happened without the agreement that it's a military test area. So it is that actually the testing and the flights that happen in the park are a resource that we interpret, that we protect, that we explain to the public why it's there. So it's a unique outlet for you guys, collectively, where one of the things we're good at is educating the public to talk about when you see these low-flying planes, most people are like, what is that? Why is that? And you say, well, guess what? There's testing, there's blah, blah, blah. Some of the things that your whole education branches already work on have a ready-made outlet at Death Valley where we can say, see them, that's what they're doing. So, and even independent of you, like that's part of our mission is to educate people about the things that they're seeing in the park. So, so they're kind of married, but it's also unique in that the missions, the impacts are contrary. So people that have noise complaints say, I was camping in the wilderness and then all these planes came over me. That was terrible. And then we can say, yeah, but if it weren't for that, we wouldn't be here. That area wouldn't have been a national park. And like, oh, that's cool. But it's just important to understand that there's that thing happening. Next slide, please. One of the areas that's very popular with flights called Star Wars, Rainbow Canyon, as it's known in the park. And there's been an alteration in use since our last meeting, but I wanted to bring that up because we haven't met since the F-18 crash that happened there in 2019. Of course, that's where Lieutenant Commander Walker lost his life with the pilot, and 7 visitors were injured that were standing on the surface. I think that lawsuit is still ongoing. Since the accident, the flights have continued, but they're at higher elevation. Prior to that, people would come and line up by the dozens, sometimes hundreds, just to photograph pilots and planes below, because you could stand on the edge of the canyon and get people flying below it. So super popular activity. People would travel from all over the world to stay a week and camp on the edge and just photograph. Like that was an attraction at the park. Now that the flights have lifted, those visitors are gone. But if you go to the next slide, we are left with 7 areas that were newly developed by visitors, significant environmental impact for these resource areas. They're no longer expanding, but the damage persists, and so we have a recovery restoration work to go on that. Next slide, please. Another thing, we have a really great joint project working with Lieutenant Commander Walker's family, the Navy, and the Park Service. There's now a wayside exhibit at Father Crowley Point that talks about the flights as well as commemorating Lieutenant Commander Walker's experience there. And it was good. I'm going to turn it over to Rob, who's going to talk about the last couple of plane crashes.
Hello, my name is Rob Wissinger. I'm the Chief Ranger, which means I'm over law enforcement and all the emergency services within Death Valley, but also the liaison with the DOD and the military. So that's why you got to listen to me for a couple minutes here. We can go next slide. Kind of my hope is to talk about the 2 incidents in particular and where we worked with you guys after F-18 crashes, and sort of our perspective and the lessons that we learned from the second one, and we're able to, or from the first one, and we're able to employ in the second one, and why we, at least from our side, things seem to go a whole lot better for us. So the first crash happened. It was my third day of work at Death Valley. I had to get a map out to be able to get to where it was. Actually, that is a true story. And there were resources. By the time I got there, we had already transported those who were injured. There were resources coming in from both China Lake and Lemoore that were being flown in, and then more coming in by ground. We were able to tie in with them, assist with security of the scene, assist with getting any visitors that were out. We tied in, we did operationally, we went day by day, and we were able to get the plan from the Navy, from first the safety team and then the individuals that were there cleaning up, get the plan, review it, make tweaks to it, and then it would be executed. And that worked just fine. There were no issues with that whatsoever. We kept that tempo up all the way through the contracting process, where we approved the work plans and the safety plans that were put into place. And a year and change later, we got to a point where we said it was good enough. Enough of the material had been removed. It was safe for visitors to return to that area. We were able to reopen the area, and made some hard decisions as well with what we weren't going to do. There was metal or aluminum that's fused to rocks out there. There are pieces of aircraft that are just in really dangerous, sketchy places to get to. We were able to work with the Navy, with the contractors, with NAVFAC, and say, hey, this isn't worth it. We're not going to get anybody hurt over this. Hey, we're going to actually do more damage if we go out there with jackhammers and start removing metal from rocks. That's probably not what our mission would say to do, probably not what you guys want to do either. So that communication was critical. We were able to move forward. We'll flash forward to 2021. It was almost exactly a year ago today. A second F-18 crashed in an incredibly different area. While it's still in Death Valley National Park, it is a world away as far as logistics goes. So I have said, I can't back this up with any facts, but probably one of the most remote areas in a national park, if not within the country, as far as distance from roads, difficulty to get to. Also smack dab in the middle of designated wilderness. So the first crash actually wasn't in wilderness. A little smidge of it was, but this one smack dab right in a giant chunk of wilderness. Within a number of hours, I was on the phone with folks from China Lake. We started talking through what had happened, that the pilot was okay and out, but what the next steps were. I was in meetings, and communication felt really, really good. About 24 hours into it, I got invited to come up and actually sit in the room. We figured out, phones are not great in Death Valley if you've ever visited there. But phone is great, it's working okay, but why don't you come up so that we can have these answers real time, we can work together real time. So I said, that's a great idea. So got in my car, drove up there, thought about the whole process on the way up, okay, what's my role going to be, how can I help? Walked into a room full of fighter pilots, Navy personnel. First person to introduce himself as Tiger, second as Pegasus, so super non-intimidating whatsoever. But then thankfully, Ice Dancer came up and introduced himself, and I felt a lot better there. So I said, I'm going to be okay. Started working with JV right off the bat that first night. We actually had some really hard conversations. I think that was the first night where we talked about what it would be like to build a road to get in there, because that makes sense. You build a road, you get the jet out of there. I introduced that we spend about $100 a linear foot to remove tire tracks. And so that made that slightly less appealing, but also was it the right tool? Was it even possible? We were able to talk through some of those things, and of course those are difficult conversations. But how are we going to move forward? From that first night, I definitely felt very integrated. I felt my voice was exceptionally heard. And what the difference was is I felt that the Park Service was actually part of the planning process. So in lieu of approving plans and saying, hey, yeah, don't do this, you can do this, we were at the table while people were coming up with what we're going to do and able to say like, oh yeah, no, that's fine. Or like, we're going to have to tweak it this way. Or like, we can build a road, but it's really expensive and Congress is going to yell at us a lot. So just being able to be there in the room, obviously, helped with the communications. But what I felt like anyhow is part of DOI's mission became part of DOD's mission. And that was, it was a lot with the personalities and the people that were working it. And, but I think also the system that we put in place. So kind of I guess the moral of my story would be is as you work with other landowners, land managers, however, integrate as early as possible. That definitely has helped out. In 10 days, 11 days, something like that, we're going to fly out to the site and start cleaning it up, and that's super exciting. We have an interest in getting that material out of there, returning it as best we can back to the way that it was. So next slide. So you can see some of the, and I jumped ahead, sorry. I started talking, I forgot you were looking at pictures as well. So you can see the site. It's hard to actually show how remote it is, but you can see the individuals in the black there. We're fully aware that's probably never going to return back to virgin desert. It's never going to be actual wilderness again. It's certainly been touched. There's not a way to remove that black scar without doing significantly more damage. What our interest is making sure it's safe to go in there, making sure the material's removed, and making sure that the soils don't have any contaminants in it that are going to hurt folks. So you can see the operation that was set up there. That was actually, we had multiple conversations of what kind of tents would be appropriate and what's okay, and there was a lot of concern, and it's like, no, we need to keep people in the shade, that's fine, we can put up tents, we just don't want to drive 9-foot stakes into the ground, things like that. So it's just an example, a very small example of something that was solved in about 30 seconds that might have been 3-4 phone calls and 4 hours to figure out. So next slide. All right, I think you're up next for visitors. Thank you.
Go ahead to the next slide. Actually, we're going to skip that one. Just to wrap up, summary, it went really, really well the second time based on the communications. I definitely want to advocate, should it happen again, that's something we can do. The question I pose, I guess my summary question would be, given that visitation is increasing at the park, interest in the flights, at least, as we saw at Star Wars, and the risk to the pristine resources that are found there, as we've seen with the last few crashes, is to ask if there are adjustments that can be made for visitor and resource protection without significant compromise in testing effectiveness, things like the UCET cross-range stuff they were just talking about. And that is really, really far outside of the park's wheelhouse. My mission is to protect those lands. My mission is always also to ensure that appropriate testing continues in whatever way that it's supposed to. And that's where my wheelhouse stops. But I feel it's appropriate to pose the question as to just make sure that the assets on the ground are considered when risk management decisions are able to be made, to say, well, if this thing is going to crash in this place, even if it's 1 in a million, it would be better if it were in some part of unpopulated Fort Irwin than 10 miles north in some unpopulated wilderness, because those are differing missions. But some of that is just Mike's opinion, but that's the question that I had. And I have one last thing as I wrap up. Yep, perfect. So how many of you knew that there is a National Parks military pass available to anybody on active duty? And if you don't have yours yet, you hadn't saved up the $0 it costs to get one. We actually brought some with us today. Talked to Rob at the next break, and we can issue them here on site. So you don't even have to go to your nearest national park to get the pass that will get you there. So anyway, if you didn't know about that, now you do, and you can get one. That is all that I had. Thanks again for the opportunity to have this conversation. Are there any questions that you have for us from Death Valley before we switch over to Sequoia?
Yeah, Mike, Matt Heiger at Edwards. One of the things, I'll foot stomp it We were talking during the break about one of the duties that lands in our jobs is range operating authority, capital R, capital O, capital A, and protecting the public interest in the lands over which our aircraft and weapons and other things happen to fly, and looking at all items there. To the extent that we can offer you what DoD does and how we look at risk mitigation and run the math numbers and all that, happy to help you understand. And I'll say most importantly there, what are we not considering or what are we not thinking about in those lands? So there's good value there for us. That happens in the DoD TRMC. That's the body that gives us policy that then we execute. But in those lands, our jobs are exactly yours, protecting the general public and things underneath it. So they're perfectly aligned there. So that's one piece of feedback to you. The question I have for you, though, is the Star Wars Canyon question. We made a non-trivial adjustment to that low-level route on the Jedi transition. And when did we implement that route change? It's like 18 months, 2 years ago? Year?
We adjusted altitude after the mishap. We
Right.
changed the point about a year ago.
Yeah, so the altitude changes happen almost immediately, but we actually rerouted. Have you seen a change in the number of visitors because there's no longer the opportunity to have that interaction with the military? I assume that's a good thing, but that's my
Yes,
question.
we
Have you seen a change?
a 100% reduction in visitors going to watch the planes. So, yes, we have seen that. This is also the first meeting we've had. We had some informal conversations with folks from Edwards that said that is what was happening. But we don't know. Actually, this is an excellent conversation. So, yes, it has reduced the visitation for that purpose to essentially zero. And what we've been telling the public is it's a temporary as a result of the crash, which probably is no longer true, but that's the last official information we have. So as far as communicating with the public, it would be nice to know if that change is permanent. From our perspective, it's positive as far as the impacts that we're having. Can't speak to the impacts for training, so that's what you guys are weighing, and that's not our wheelhouse. But once that's a permanent or at least long-term decision, it would be helpful to know because we can incorporate that into our talking with the public.
I'll delegate that and let them get you the answer. It is most likely permanent is my immediate response, but I'll be corrected to 100% here in a second. The related question there is there are unique places that we can train in the area, not in the national park, but in adjacent areas that often have visitors that would impact or be visible by visitors getting to and from the national parks. Are you able to cleanly and clearly differentiate in this valley, north-south-ish running valley, aircraft shouldn't be on the deck, but in the one over to the west, it would not be surprising for you to see one there. Do you have that level of information, and do visitors interact with you at that engagement level?
Absolutely, definitely we do. And in fact, predating probably most of the folks here, there are agreements, there are official goals, which you talked about with R2508 about what the AGL levels are, but there are also some unofficial things. For example, over Death Valley proper, which is where the vast majority of the visitors go, and if you were to fly low over Badwater, the sand dunes, those sorts of areas where there are thousands of visitors, the impact would be much more substantial. In the Panamint Valley, Eureka Valley, Saline Valley, which are the three places where the low elevation flights at 200 AGL currently take place, we're able to tell people, that's what they can expect there. And it's essentially drawn along the boundary of the 1994 Desert Protection Act expansion. And so the new lands are where those 200 AGL flights take place. So we're able to interpret it. Of course, the visitor, we don't talk to every visitor before they come. So what we deal with a lot actually is after the fact, when people come in and say, this is the experience I had, a jet flew over me. It's 50-50 over whether they say, that's cool, or that pissed me off. But it is a thing that Rangers do all day, every day, is answer why they're seeing that and what they were experiencing. So it is, like I said, it's a good outlet. I'm sure that you guys deal with the same thing with, but it's not all complaints. It's, like I said, it's 50-50. Some think it's the coolest thing they've ever seen and come there to see it. And some say, man, that ruined my whole week. I had a letter last week from a lady who said her dog is now can no longer leave the house because her camping at Eureka at a low flight and it hurt its ears. And I was like, I don't really know what to say to that. But anyway.
Thanks, Mike. I will note for the population here that it is there's a reversion to the mean that is likely going to happen. So you've said F18 multiple times in this briefing. We take that very seriously. It could be F anything, and it just randomly happens to have been the same mission design series identifier the last 2 times. But there's plenty of Department of the Air Force assets that have unfortunately met their untimely demise in the desert around here too. So we don't take it lightly as an Air Force either, and there'll be other type of platforms. I know this is being streamed, so I'll say it as on the line, but not over the line as I can. One of the items that I talk to folks about in public engagement about noise, encroachment, overflight, that kind of things, is that we have actual requirements for test and training and readiness, and part of the benefit of that to the nation as a whole is that when you do have a military airplane go overhead, you know which military to complain to. And I think there's in the current environment in Ukraine, that is not necessarily lost on I think a lot of the public. So there's an opportunity we have with that activity to reemphasize that yes, there's a benefit that we all get, and there's also some costs that may not be equally borne. But those are my talking points. You guys are welcome to have them or not. But again, I'm glad you're here. Thanks.
In the Army, we call that the sound of freedom.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I would reiterate that we as a park love that we share this spot with you guys and are able to speak for you. So any points you have, keep them coming, and we'll get them out there. Thanks.
Hey, Mike, do me a favor. Hand me that mic, and then stand down here. Good morning. We can advance to the next slide. And there we go. So, and you can take a break here. I'm going to go off script for a few minutes. I was looking at a slide presentation, which was really well put together and really gets into the meat of why we're here. And I decided, it looks like I've been generous with time on the calendar. I'm going to add a little bit more, get you oriented to Sequoia Kings Canyon National Parks, and a little bit to talk about stewardship of national parks, because that's kind of what this interface with the Department of Interior and with you all is. It's about partnering in stewardship for these crown jewels that we have. And the military actually has a long history in stewardship of national parks, and I don't know if you're aware of that. So I thought I'd take this moment out and do a little storytelling, because the National Park Service, that's what we like to do. We like to tell stories and stuff. But I want to introduce my esteemed colleagues. We have, and so I don't know if I even introduced myself. So I'm Clay Jordan, and I'm the superintendent of Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. Now the taxpayers get a really good break on that, because it used to have 2 superintendents, right? 2 national parks, each one gets a superintendent. That's normal. Then World War II happened, and they decided, well, we need to put more people on the front lines. They economized, and 1945 came along, and hey, look at this. What a great way to economize. So they expanded the parks, made them a lot bigger, and kept 1 superintendent for the 2. So with me, we have Ned Kelleher, our chief ranger, and he's responsible for many programs, including emergency services, law enforcement, search and rescue, wildland firefighting, structural firefighting, et cetera, and the park's aviation program. And with us, we have Larissa Perez, who's going to help me present, and she is our park aviation manager. So when you talk all these acronyms and whatnot, she actually can follow a much greater percentage of them than I can. So we brought folks who actually know a little bit more what they're talking about than me. As I said, so Sequoia Kings Canyon is 2 national parks side by side, managed together in the southern Sierra Nevada on the other side of Owens Valley, and I'm usually pretty, stand pretty tall and say, we are 866,000 acres, and that makes us bigger than the state of Rhode Island. And that usually impresses people, except when I come after some dude who says, well, you know, we're the size of Connecticut. And if you look at the Rand McNally, you see that Connecticut really is a lot bigger than Rhode Island. So I had to stand there and, you know, it gets pretty warm in our lower elevations, but we're certainly not the hottest. But we are the home to the highest point in the lower 48. You know, we always have to have that asterisk in the National Park Service. We have a lot of things that were bigger, higher, broader, and all that until you throw Alaska in the mix. But we got Mount Whitney on our border, and so that's pretty cool. Sequoia National Park is actually the second oldest national park established by Congress. And so it follows Yellowstone, that was established 1872, and then Sequoia National Park came along 1890. A week later, they established the General Grant National Park, which later on became converted into a much larger Kings Canyon National Park. So sequoias, as the name implies, has a lot to do with sequoia trees, the largest trees in the world by volume. And it's Sequoia in Kings Canyon. We have the largest tree in the world, and we have the second largest tree in the world. And in fact, we have 7 out of the 10 largest trees in the world. So if you have not experienced a sequoia, I'm telling you, it's only a half day's drive away. It is an incredible experience to be around something that is not just that big, but has been around for thousands of years. So many of the trees, the great monarchs that you see, 2,000 years old, 2,500 years old, 3,000 years old. It's just awe-inspiring to be among them. And so, like the military, National Park Service is really steeped in tradition. And in fact, stewardship of national parks, as I said before, is really rooted in the military. You guys were taking care of the parks before us, park ranger types, were. So let's review. So the earliest parks were 1872 Yellowstone, 1890 Sequoia National Park, and a bunch of other parks that followed not long after that. But the National Park Service wasn't established until 1916. There were not rangers back when Sequoia National Park was established. But around this time, there was a lot of consumptive use, abuse, and all that of places like Yellowstone. Sequoia came on board, a lot of sheep herding and poaching, and people just tearing up their real estate. And so the Secretary of Interior did not have any kind of protective people on the ground to protect these places, cut a deal with the Secretary of the Army and said, hey, do you think you can help us out here? And not only did they say yes, they really embraced it. And so we had the U.S. Cavalry move into places like Sequoia National Park, Yellowstone, Mount Rainier, Glacier. So many parks had cavalry units in the parks. And they fought against grazing and poaching, and really put some rule of order, and really were excellent conservationists back when there were no rule books as to what conservation of a park looks like. How do you enable people to enjoy them and still protect the resources from getting trashed? They had to figure it out, and so a lot of that were these leaders. And the commanders of these units were, in essence, the first national park superintendents. And so, and that was very much true at Sequoia National Park. And I think it's interesting of note that one of the cavalry units that came to Sequoia National Park in Kings Canyon was an African-American unit of the cavalry called the Buffalo Soldiers that were based out of the Presidio in San Francisco. And they were led this was around 1900 or so when they came to Sequoia Kings Canyon. They were led by a Colonel Charles Young. And so Colonel Young was the first really African-American superintendent of a national park. And he was a West Point graduate, third African-American to graduate West Point. And interestingly, the Department of Army recently decided that he had not been promoted to general because of racism. And so very recently, just this last year, the Department of the Army has posthumously promoted Charles Young to Brigadier General, which would then make him the first African American to be recognized, though, after his day. The first African American in real time was World War II era. But Colonel Young is a big deal. As a West Pointer, he built roads and trails since they're trained as engineers, and many of those roads and trails are still used today to provide that access. And so when you come to Sequoia Kings Canyon, you'll find those military connections. We have the General's Highways that connect the two national parks, Sequoia and Kings Canyon. The biggest tree in the world, what is it named? General Sherman. What is the second biggest tree in the world named? General Grant. All right. Both of them named because the cavalry was in town and they could do that, you know, and who's going to argue with a bunch of soldiers with guns and whatnot. So, okay, I know that some of you are, military, there are protocols involved and all that, but what seems wrong with this? The largest tree in the world is the General Sherman tree. The second largest tree in the world is the General Grant. But who remembers their Civil War military history? Who was subordinate to who? We seem to have a protocol issue here, don't we? Well, the reason for that is that the General Grant tree, the second largest tree in the world, has a bigger circumference at the base. So they thought it was the biggest tree in the world, and so they named a national park after General Grant and after that tree, the General Grant National Park. But then once they could become a little more sophisticated in measurements, they figured out that the General Sherman tree is actually bigger when you get up into the canopy. So when you do all the calculations and whatnot, the volume of the General Sherman is bigger. So we upset military protocols there. We apologize for that. But the General Grant tree, also, as far as military connections, it was established by President Eisenhower as a national shrine to honor our military dead. It is the only living national shrine for military to recognize people who lost their lives in service. And that's really important to us. Every year we have a ceremony and have a leaf laying ceremony around Christmas time to recognize that important connection. And so, and then finally the cavalry, right, having that early history, our uniforms, when we add our Ike jackets, our green Ike jackets to it with our flat hats and all that, if you compare that to the cavalry uniforms back in that time era, you would find that they're pretty similar. And the reason for that is that a lot of these then cavalry soldiers, when the Park Service was established and we established Rangers, it's like that they converted over to civilian park rangers. And the Department of Interior, that didn't have a whole lot of money at the time, decided, well, we need to buy uniforms for these folks. The cavalry folks, they already have uniforms, so it's a whole lot cheaper to make our other rangers look a lot like them. And so they established a uniform modeled after that cavalry uniform, and that's still really in existence today. So a lot of connections with the military and we're very proud of that. So I talked about sequoias. Sequoias is a big deal. It is represented in our uniforms in the national patch. That's a sequoia tree. We've got them in our the sequoia acorn, or the sequoia cones are on our hats. They're on our belts. 3 of the 4 first national parks were established largely because of the sequoia connection. But when you come to Sequoia Kings Canyon, it's not all about sequoia trees. We also have incredible scenery, 2 wild and scenic rivers, the wildlife, incredible, lots of granite, 275 caves, and 93% of the park is designated wilderness, congressionally designated wilderness. And as Mike talked about before, it is about having that wilderness experience of solitude and soundscapes and all that. And people do come from around the world to experience that. And so I'd like to now turn the mic over to Larissa Perez, our Park Aviation Manager, and she's going to talk about the connection between wilderness, visitor experience, and aviation. Thanks.
All right, good morning. As Clay mentioned, my name is Larissa Perez, Park Aviation Manager for Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. Actually brand new to this position, but not brand new to aviation in the parks. I've been working for 23 years, mainly based out of Sequoia Kings Canyon. But I've had a chance to work in different areas of the country and be able to experience not only the military and Department of Interior connection here locally, but also up in the Pacific Northwest with Whidbey Island that would like to come in and train, in different wilderness areas with the North Cascades. So I've had opportunities to work both with looking at what is relative to us as the National Park Service, what is our mission goal, but also being sensitive to what is the mission goal of our other partners out there and departments such as the Department of Defense. Go ahead and move to the next slide, please. And I'm going to use the podium if you all don't mind. So as both Mike and Clay have mentioned, the Wilderness Act of 1964 is huge for us in the National Park Service. This is what we are all about, is helping to preserve and protect these very wild areas for the enjoyment and the preservation for not only us, but for the future generations as well. Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, I must have skipped in my notes. But just showing everybody's familiar with the map of the areas, the overlay of the 2508 complex with the 2 national parks. Again, just reiterating the amount of wilderness that is in those areas, those identified training areas is what we're talking about. And so it's not only Sequoia Kings Canyon, not only Death Valley, but there's also the adjacent areas such as the Golden Trout Wilderness, Sequoia National Forest, that have a lot of designated wilderness areas as well. And so part of that wilderness stewardship plan covers what we're trying to do, which is, protecting the ecosystems, the natural landscapes, soundscapes, and what the impacts of the modern world and the flights that the military are having to do over these areas for training purposes, what those impacts are to these areas at different flight levels. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So over the years, again, being newer to my position, I did a little bit of digging in history just to have some idea of, this isn't the first year this board has come together. There's been a lot of progress in the past that's already happened. And so this just showcases the different elements in the handbook that we already have in effect that seem to still be effective for our purposes today. And that is having the 3,000-foot AGL flight level that we ask aircraft not to go below over these designated wilderness areas. Okay. Next slide. Okay, so what are the impacts when aircraft are flying below that 3,000 AGL level over Sequoia Kings Canyon. And so there's a couple different things that we look at. So not only are we looking at, the soundscapes that we've been talking about today, but there's also other things going on over the Sequoia and Kings Canyon specifically. We have active SAR. Our parks are under exclusive jurisdiction, so we actually have responsibility for search and rescue operations within Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. Our visitation includes having the Pacific Crest Trail that goes through, also has the John Muir Trail, which connects Sequoia Kings Canyon with Yosemite National Park. So a lot of heavy backpacking, wilderness, and climbing impact or usage in these areas of the national parks. And with that, we end up getting the call for rescue or for assistance. The park has a contract aircraft that usually operates in the peak seasons when we have a lot of visitors in the remote wilderness of Sequoia and Kings Canyon. And so that's typically between May and about October of each year where we have our high visitation rates. And in that time, that aircraft, we up to this point this year, I believe we're up to 71 SARs that involved aviation. And it could be anything from just a quick grab and go out to a point location back to a very extensive 10 to 12 day search and rescue, which may be involving multiple air operations, including UAS, including military assets that come and assist as well. So it's just showing when we do have more of those concentrated areas, congested areas of aircraft, we do send out those notifications so that it is known, especially if it's within that 2508 area, that there's that recognition that we have that concentrated amount of aviation activity. However, there's days where there isn't that kind of concentration, but we still have operations, whether it be fire purposes, SAR purposes, or resource activity purposes, where we're operating within that ground to typically about 1,000, but it could be up to about 2,000 foot flight level, where the park resources are actually operating. Another reason that another impact of below 3,000 foot level is, as we've been talking already today, it's the noise impacts. It's the impacts to stock use out in the wilderness. That sudden sound, that sudden appearance of a low-flying jet in those areas that could startle stock. And we've had multiple mule wrecks, unfortunately, in the backcountry. Not all directly related to sound impacts, but very much a reality, that something that we could prevent and avoid with stock users in the wilderness. And then the complaints that we've received over the years as far as just the solitude, the escape from modern sounds, and the type of environment that people are trying to escape from to have their solitude and their sense of wilderness and nature. With the aircraft activity that we do have in the parks, we do put that through a very extensive process as far as monitoring what type of flight activities actually need to happen. They go through a minimum tool usage analysis. And so we look at it, just internally, we look at it very closely as far as is aviation necessary to be operating in the wilderness areas. And so there are certain times where that is necessary based on there's no other means to have that important project or activity completed. We do make use of the aviation resources in the wilderness areas as well. But they do have to go through a pretty extensive process. And where we're operating is below that 3,000 foot level. And so if we end up getting low flyers that come into that area because they're doing low-level flights or maybe even working outside of Sequoia and Kings Canyon national parks, we all know how fast you can move in a second in a jet, right? So in one moment you're in the right place, and in the next moment you're below 3,000 feet over a designated wilderness area. So we just want to make sure that that awareness is there of some of the other activities. Not only just the escape from the modern world and gaining your solitude for our visitors, but some of the other activities the park itself has going on in those areas as well. Next slide. So low flyer reports. This chart covers from 1983 up to present. And it shows over the years there has actually been a lot of good working relations and an increase in reporting dropping the levels of low flyer reports that we're receiving as well. We had a little bit of a spike going up there in about 2018 to 2020, and then dropping again in 2021. And a big reason, does anybody have any idea, a big reason why we experienced an extreme drop in 2021 over Sequoia Kings Canyon? There were less people in the park, but I heard fires out there. Yeah, so we experienced quite a few large fires in the vicinity of Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks. The amount of smoke production in that area really limited the amount of aircraft flying. It also caused the need for evacuations for a lot of our backcountry users, including our park staff. And so we didn't have the reporting parties out there, and we also didn't have the aircraft flying just because it was unsafe flying conditions as well. This year, we have a little bit more of an increase in low flyer reports, and as listed down below, but I also want to mention this isn't just military that we're showcasing here. This is all low flyer reports that we have. And so it's military, it's other agency aircraft that may not have coordinated or, given notifications for needing to maneuver through an area. And it's also the general aviation, civilian aviation that we're seeing as well. Okay. Go ahead and go to the next slide. As I mentioned, over the years, it looks like there has been a really good improvement on the amount of low flyer reports and deviations that we had compared to today. Today we're seeing a lot lower numbers, but it's still happening. And the one thing that I see as a consistent trend is the amount of reports that go in versus the amount of confirmations or deviances that are received back. And I guess that's a question I throw out there as far as just the ability to monitor these aircraft, knowing that we have very viable reporting sources in the wilderness, and what that disconnect is on being able to determine and find out more confirmation on deviances from those 3,000 flight foot levels. I present that as a question. If there's when those reports are received in that process as far as trying to determine and confirming a deviance.
Hi, ma'am. Is this on? I'm Dr. Mercer from the CCF. Funny enough, we will be talking about this after this briefing in the briefing that I will be providing to you. I am quite surprised that you're not getting the reports back. Maybe there is a communication issue between our PAOs and your agency. So let's look at that later, if you don't mind, and we can work through it.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So that's one of the things we're looking at is, we want to continue to reduce those numbers. We want to continue to reduce the amount of impact of low flying over the wilderness areas. And one of those things is to look at it as far as, is there something else we can improve in that reporting process and that educational process for those that are unfortunately creating those deviances as well. To add to that, I mentioned that part of that chart was also tracking civilian aircraft. That is what we are also seeing as an increase, unfortunately, in the previous few years, is a large increase in civilian aircraft low flyers over the wilderness areas. And I know that that's not something that I'm really directing towards your attention. More, what I want to do is just throw that out there as an awareness. And so we not only are trying to reduce the amount of military low flights over these areas, but also want to draw the attention to the fact that there's increased civilian aircraft that we're now finding within that, below 3,000, 2,000 foot level. And so it's an awareness knowing that there is increased aviation activity in those areas. To go back to hopefully our scene avoidance, and I know that military usually has eyes on us way before we have on them, but it's just to create that awareness that we're starting to see that increase from the civilian side. And that's on another to-do list of myself. I've been working and coordinating with the local flight services district office to find out what do we do about this. And a lot of good positive feedback so far. We've been reaching out to the FAA safety teams and presenting new curriculum to their safety seminars. Trying to re-educate aviators out there of these designated wilderness areas and the requests to maintain altitude. and hopefully start to see a lowering trend in these low flyer reports. Okay, we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. And as Mike and Rob have already covered for us, we do really highly encourage you all to come visit your national parks. They're beautiful places. They're relatively easy to get to. It can really be, we all talk about work-rest ratio these days, right? So that is a good way to kind of disconnect from that intense type of workload that you might be under and just have that true time to disconnect and visit your national parks. I recognize some of these dates have already passed, but letting folks know about free entrance days into the parks, they're typically around the same time and the same time events, holidays of the year each year. So that's something that you could plan for as well and plan with your families. And with that, does anybody have any questions for me at this point? I appreciate your time and your attention. Thank you.
It's round of applause. Thanks. So as we transition into lunch, a couple thoughts as we wrap up the GPPB, especially with the interagency coordination that we have here. We are also extremely interested in low fly, general aviation, not talking to anybody, you can't tell me where to go, kind of pilots, because those are huge risk of midair for us as well. And so any partnership that you think we could provide from the DoD in 2508, we will also provide to you as well on the how do we educate, how do we find out who they actually are, and then how do we provide them the proper retraining and or enforcement actions we are also extremely interested in. It's a safety issue for us inside the non-restricted areas, and it's a legal issue for us inside the restricted areas. So we are 100% aligned with you. I think you know that, but it's worth saying for all the folks here in attendance today. And the other awesome thing for the Department of the Interior is that if we have a military aviator that violates a rule, we have very rapid and very appropriate internal processes to make sure that is corrected and has a limited recurrence if ever. So. I think you can take a lot of confidence in that. Another good thing there is it doesn't require an increased burden on the FAA, and I think that's a good thing from the Department of Transportation perspective as well, even though I can't speak for you. So good partnership for all three agencies on that last topic. Thanks for being here.
And last year, like on the K&B complex, largest fire we had in Sequoia Kings Canyon National Park, we had 15 helicopters assigned. We had air tankers. I mean, air ops is a really big deal when you're fighting fire. We all understand that. And those UASs will shut it down, in a heartbeat. So being able to kind of partner and really work with the FAA and the awareness and education from all angles, from regulation to education is really important. And in the Park Service, we have exclusive federal jurisdiction, right? But that's on the ground. And so if the craft is not tethered to the ground and we can control taking off and landing in the parks, then we can bring them into federal court and all that. But if they originate from outside, we don't control the airspace, and that's the realm of the FAA. And so they're great partners to work with, but we don't have direct law enforcement authority over that.
The Army's working on a lot of counter UAS capability. Obviously, you're not going to be shooting ballistics, kinetic strikes against UAS, but there are microwave and other technologies that you might want to look at in an emergency situation that we're going to be testing there at Fort Irwin here in the next couple months. So.
Yeah, that could be helpful.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else have anything for or with the National Park Service, Department of the Interior? All right. I'll relay how important this is, I think, and I'm confident I'm not unique in this, but I will tell you that I have actually watched my altimeter go declining through zero as I was on short final to land in Death Valley. I think that's a very unique general aviation experience. So I've been on the ground and appreciated their pushing 20 years ago, that used to be a famous or infamous Sunday brunch location we'd fly airplanes out to and eat there. So I love the place. I love the proximity to the military installations here. I thought, and conversely, I thought it was a religious experience for me with the General Sherman tree when I saw it with my kids for the first time. So I'm so glad you're close by and we have this partnership available. I am going to take you up on that offer to renew my military pass while you're here. I'll get good green stamps at home as well. So thank you, teammates, for being here. We're going to break for lunch. Looks like we may break a little early. That's fine. Do me a favor, if you are not planning to be back after lunch, that's okay. Please raise your hand. I think a couple of you, everybody there, all 5 of you. Anybody else that's in attendance here? Okay. Please see me before you 5 run out. I got something I'd love for you to walk away with. I know you know this, but everybody in this room is waiting for DOT and DoD to figure out Link 16 transmit. And if that doesn't mean anything to you, and you're willing to help us advocate within your department, man, we would really appreciate the help. So if you can make sure we're up to speed and advocating as best we can, that would be great. And the biggest differentiator, I argue, is that Link 16 transmit on operational platforms and operational aircraft. I understand a little bit more scrutiny and longer processes there, but how do you test Link 16, especially upgrades to the Link 16 hardware and software? That is currently bogged down in the same process. And so there's my pitch on that. We're screaming as loud as we can, but it's literally an interdepartmental debate and discussion, and I think we're missing some points in actually slowing down the progress of defense in this while we protect the general public. I mean, that's a delicate balance. So thanks in advance for that one. Early in the briefing today, you saw the supersonic corridors. Are we close?
Yes, sir.
We're close to the renaming?
Yes, sir. It's approved to rename.
So somebody else can make the announcement. If not, I will happily do it. Go ahead.
Sir, Dr. Mercerkin, so we have verbal approval from all stakeholders to rename it on the 14th of October.
And the name, so that's a great bridge into what's on the chart here right now. So Edwards Air Force Base is hosting the first open house in 13 years here, October 15th and 16th, open to the general public. If you would like to be amongst the crowds of 40 to 50,000 of the fellow folks that are aviation aficionados, show up. Love to host you. If anybody in this room would like to be here on the 14th of October, DoD ID card holders only, and for those that are here from Department of Transit or Department of Interior, happy to let you on for a slightly smaller crowd, but it's effectively the same event. Please, please, please show up and enjoy it and see what we do and how we interface with the public. With that in mind, the 14th of October is the 75th anniversary of the X-1 flight that broke the sound barrier for the first time. It was a big team sport effort. We're going to have a ceremony there, and at that ceremony, we're going to announce the renaming of the high-altitude supersonic corridor to
Bell X-1.
Yeah, it'll be renamed the Bell X-1 supersonic corridor on the 75th anniversary. So it's gives me some chills to think about that. That's pretty darn cool. And then my last note for this forum is I cannot wait for the Link 16 network to pop back up in the complex. And then I really can't wait for us to connect an ADS-B feed to that. And that will be tremendous see and avoidance, tremendous assistance to the see and avoid and mid-air collision risk anywhere around here as well. So those are my notes and thoughts. Anybody have anything else at the U-shaped table before we ready to break? Going once, going twice. For those of you departing, I'll see you at the air show. And I had to do something for you. For everybody else, when do you want us back? For everybody else, what time?
1300, sir, for the Mojave Commander Summit.
Okay, 1300. We'll kick off. Have a good lunch. Yeah. All right, everybody, if you can start wrapping up your lunch conversations and find your seat, we'll get moving. Like any good all-day conference, we got plenty of calories during lunch and during, and then we'll make you sit all day, right? So thanks for toughing it out. Welcome back. My charge during the break in the morning was go talk to people you don't know. I didn't need to do many pushes for that. My lunch sidebar conversation was fantastic, and it met that same intent. Please do the same thing the rest of the day, and including if you hang out afterwards. A couple folks have arrived since this morning. We're same general group, but different titles, so we're pivoting now to the Mojave Commander Summit. Welcome to Edwards, if it's a welcome back. This is the center of the aerospace testing universe. If you are a first-timer here at Edwards, this is a place of first, and you're now a part of a long list of the firsts at Edwards. Matt Heiger, the commander of the 412 Test Wing, I wear 4 hats in my job. My first hat is what the Air Force would call a mission wing commander, and our mission happens to be test. Other examples of mission wings in the Air Force are fighter wings or bomb wings or missile wings or used to be space wings. That's now a separate service. I'm also the installation commander here at Edwards, but also at Air Force Plant 42. So when I say my installations, it's actually plural intentionally, and that's both very different and dynamic. Most of the topics that you'll hear me surface as an installation commander in this forum will be Edwards specific, but there are some that tie into Plant 42 down in Palmdale. The third hat I wear that almost everybody in this room wears, especially if you wear a military uniform, is you are an ambassador on behalf of the government and, in our case, the military to your community. So I interface with a lot of local elected officials as the community leader or the mayor for the zip code here, 93523. The fourth hat I wear is as a range operating authority. We talked a lot about that this morning, probably be a lot less about that here this afternoon. But my staff here in the room, I won't go through and make them all introduce themselves, but they support me in all those, and they will correct me publicly, politely but professionally, but publicly 200%. So they'll continue to do that, and I appreciate them being here and supporting us. Welcome to the Mojave Commander Summit. We have an updated charter, which is all beautifully laid out, which we'll get at least 4 of the 5 principals' signatures on today. You got to take a picture and send it to your boss. Let him know that he's missing out. So our Marine counterpart is on capstone travel right now. And gentlemen, guess where they were supposed to go today? Florida. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Didn't quite make it. Yeah. So, all right. There's the loose agenda. That is an initial plan from which is a point of departure. Throughout the afternoon, if we need to take a little bit more time on a topic or run a little bit deeper down a rabbit hole, I'm going to let us run as long as there's value added in the conversation. At some point, we may have to drop a pin in it, appoint a couple OPRs or stakeholders, and promise to continue the conversation and get back to us at the next meeting or at a different forum. It is also possible that I may ask a couple speakers that are here, hey, how much time do you actually need as opposed to how much time did we plan for? Give me the honest answer, and we'll make some trade space. For the principals here at the head of the U-shaped table, no joke, hard line departure time for me today is 16:45. I got to be out the door. Brad, does that work for you? Any earlier than that? Kurt? Yep. How about you, Brownie? Good? Good, okay. So I will pace to that. If there's valuable conversation or sidebars happening, the club will be open long after that, and I believe the bar will be open by then too, so you can continue the conversation over in Fogelman's as well with proper drinks in hand. Without any further ado, Monique, are you gonna drive from the seat, or are you gonna come up here?
No, I will.
This is Monique Flores. She's the person that actually does all this, and I was just the eye candy. So over to you, Monique.
Well, thank you, sir. So just real quick, we're just going to run through this agenda. Hope you guys had a great lunch. It's great to see you. So I know some of you might have already heard or seen the agenda, but like I said, I'm just going to run through this real quick, and then we'll go ahead and get started. So obviously, as we reconvene and General Heiger started us with opening remarks, we're then going to go around the table for the commander's overview and operational perspectives. Around 13:30, we're going to go ahead with the DoD Government Affairs update. followed by sustainable groundwater management by Mr. John Kersey. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and come back at 14:45 to discuss mission flexibility and the Mojave Desert Tortoise. 1500 will be MCS issues and talking points, followed by General Heiger for the inter-service intra-Mojave specialty medical opportunities. We will then do the re-signing of the Mojave Commanders charter signing, and then we also have the JPPB charter up there as well for the 3 flag officers to re-sign. We're going to finish wrapping it up with the MCS action items and then close for the day. And sadly, I completely skipped the Mojave Commanders Roundtable, which is probably the most important one, because anything we've put a pin in earlier in the day, we get to come back, circle back, and have them address those issues. So back to you, sir.
Thanks, Monique. So we're in session now, so I'll formally charge everybody here to decide who's going to host the next one of these. So where? You'd obviously be the principal for that, but more importantly, the 5 of us figuring out when, and the sooner we can put placeholders on the calendar, the better. The recommendation from the team that I have inherited is about once a year, so I think that's probably August, maybe September, but potentially October, a year from now, and we can talk about the pluses and minuses and what that would look like, and then who would host. The traditional rotation is Fort Irwin, Edwards, Channel Lake. But we can flex to that because there are some other opportunities. And then there was an offer from our National Park Service counterparts to potentially append or do an off-cycle one, either in Death Valley or at Kings Canyon, which I'm certainly very interested in. So that's one of the actions that we'll need to hopefully close out before we walk out the door today. So I know that one already. What I'd like to do now is I'll throw out foods for discussion or topics for discussion or food for thought into the well here, and then we'll hand the mics back and forth across the crest of the U here. When I get asked at Edwards, what's your number one topic, Matt, or what are you most concerned about, or what's your top priority, etc. I go to 3 topics really fast, and ironically, none of them are directly related to my mission and mission wing. They're all related to people and families and quality of life issues. My number one issue, my priority 0 actually, is schools. Schools. If you have not had a chance to drive through the TK, so 4-year-olds, through high school campus, compound, complex, it is literally just to the northwest of us, and I encourage you to drive by it on your way out. You can literally do a lap around it. Got to drive the speed limits, especially on military stations, especially in school zones, so please don't be that person. But it is the result of a long, decade-plus effort to combine Office of Local Community Development Cooperation, DCC, old CC, in the Department of Defense with some matching dollars from the state. The campus was just ribbon cut open from about a 5-year, effectively complete raise to the ground and then rebuild to the tune of $180 million. 130 plus of that was Department of Defense cash that was met by in-kind and actual cash from the state. That is an example of what can happen when we crosstalk and partner. The director of that office at OSD is very interested in finding other partnerships available at the installation level, and he's very keen or very attuned to the remote and isolated installation issue. So that is my number one issue. The new compound fixes my physical schools problem. My remaining challenges at the school revolve around things that some of you heard me chat about, and I won't dive into the details here on licensure, reciprocity, funding in schools in the state of California. I'll leave it at that, but there are bigger issues remaining. But the physical school is fixed, and hopefully we can sustain it there. My next one, the folks that had lunch with me have heard me talk about housing. Housing, or the lack thereof, housing is a big limitation. If anybody has any breakthrough ideas on that, I'll certainly take it. I think I'm going to get to success on approval to have apartments on base owned and operated by the same housing contractor that is doing our military family housing on base. And that's been a long road, not quite 10 years, but a long road there. And I'm optimistic that we're going to at least get approval to proceed There's cash in hand waiting to do that. There's a huge demand signal from the folks that live here, and we hit some bureaucratic no's, which I'm finally able to see the light on the end of the tunnel and bullet over. That's the second one. The third one, and this literally affects everyone in the room, to include the Park Service folks that have already left, recruiting and retention of civilians in a competitive job market nationwide, but also in a highly expensive place to live, locality-wise. And there's a bunch of topics there. We have a challenge, as all of you know, competing on salary. So let's not be uncompetitive on salary, but compete on other things. And so any thoughts or ideas you have there, I'll take, and I'd be interested in hearing what they are. An example that I threw out as a challenge to the California State Delegation in Sacramento when we were there a couple weeks back was the OPM is executing law that caps government civilian salary at GS 15 Step 10, including locality. And the pushback you get there is, well, that's an OPM issue. It's theirs to figure out. The problem is that trickles down the pay scale, and so someone enters lower competitive, and they look up and say, there's not as much growth here available either, and that is locality centric and biased against those of us that have to hire, i.e. recruit and retain civilians in high cost areas like Southern California. So that is an example of one of my recruiting and retention of civilians topics. I'd be interested to hear any thoughts you have on that, or any others that we may be able to contribute to or that we're not aware of. And so those are my opening thoughts into the mosh pit in the middle, and then whoever wants to go next. Over to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, for those of you who haven't done a Mojave Commander Summit, this is where we all talk about our problems, and I think what we find is that we all have many of the same problems, and in some cases have developed similar solutions. I think your list is almost identical to mine, except I've slightly reordered things a little bit. First, I want to introduce our Garrison Commander, Jason Clark here. So I think that the Air Force and the Army kind of do it the same way, where you've got an installation commander and a garrison commander, but we've got responsibilities that kind of cross over on that. Our big four that I would see as relevant. The first and biggest problem we have is hiring, and what we have found is the deeper I dig into this, and I've been doing this for about a year and a half now, the deeper I dig, the more I find that the problem is us. It's not the labor market. I used to think, a year ago, we talked about we're in a very competitive labor market. We live in a remote and isolated location. That's our problem. What we find is most of our hiring practices by OPM and by CHARA, which is a U.S. Army organization that handles all our DA civilian hiring, most of those systems and SOPs were developed in a period where there were more applicants than there were jobs. Now we live in a world where there are more jobs than applicants, and we do not have our recruiting command figured this out, and all the services recruiting commands figured this out. How do I go and find applicants and get them into positions? We have a system that says for civilian hiring that I wait for applicants to arrive, and then I determine which ones of them are qualified. And so every time that Jason and I have dug into this, we find that we are screening out qualified applicants every day for often trivial issues. And so we're working on that. We're working on a culture change in our civilian hiring process so that we're proactively seeking an applicant. I give you a great case in point. We found out that an applicant to work on our installation the other day was held up from her job application because she only had a unofficial college transcript versus an official college transcript. There's a frustration threshold there that if you don't act quickly enough, you just lose the applicant. And everyone knows you call a college these days and ask for an official transcript. It's going to be 3 months before you see it. So that's our first and biggest issue that affects everything. But I believe right now that most of the barriers we have are not environmental conditions that we have to deal with, but are rather bureaucracy that we must confront and overcome, and that's what we work on every day. Our second biggest issue is, and I think there's a lot of commonality on this in this region, is DHA's current policy for medical care to DA civilians. As you talked about, when I'm considering a new job, I'm going to look at the job, I'm going to look at the pay, but after that, I'm going to look at my family, and I'm going to make the decision based on three factors. What's the housing like? What's the schools like? And what kind of medical care can I get? So medical care is hugely important for hiring those talented Department of the Army or DOD civilians that are essential to your workforce. As it stands right now, the Army has a policy that says if you're in a remote, isolated location, the local medical facility can provide treatment to those family members, much like we do overseas. DHA is saying we're not in a position to support that policy, and so I'm having to tell people, hey, come to Fort Irwin, but I can't provide you medical care while you're here. We're working with DHA on that, and it's a constant battle. Our third issue is child care, and I think that's everyone's here. We don't have the capacity to outsource our child care needs to the local community because we're a 45-minute commute to the local community. And so we're constantly working on that. Jason's been successful in getting several incentives. We're paying about a $2,000 bonus every year for most of our child care workers. And we've also implemented a policy where if you have children in the child care facility and you work there, you get 50% off on the cost. So if you have 3 young children and you agree to be a CYPA working at the child care facility, you're getting a pretty substantial compensation as compared to those child care costs if you work somewhere else. So we think that will continue to incentivize that, but that's been a challenge. And then just because we have Kelly May here, I want to hit again teacher reciprocity. You guys had a good run at it last year. We look forward to seeing some success on that. That's really important. We get a lot of folks, I think all of us deal with that, and I look forward to hearing your update. And then I know it's a harder win, but nursing reciprocity as well is going to be something that's going to mean a lot to a lot of our families. So those are kind of the top 4 issues from Fort Irwin's perspective. And I nominate China Lake for next year.
Well, we've had that conversation, China Lake, and it's interesting. So the Navy's a little different. I'll get to that point in a second, but the Navy's a little different in that I am the senior person at China Lake, and the majority of the people who work in the Mojave Desert work for me directly. But I don't own the base. I do own a lot of the infrastructure on that base because it is acquisition related. That's why Brad Rosen's here. So you get 2 Navy for the price of 1, I guess, because we're working together. My actual neighbor and partner in crime directly at China Lake is Jeremy Vaughn, JV back here. And all the conversations you guys just brought up are conversations we have constantly, and thankfully JV's an animal about getting after these and keeping on his boss and making sure that we're talking about it. So absolutely part of it. But I have a large civilian workforce living in the desert. These are very high end technical engineers and scientists, PhDs, people doing very critical work. And so part of it is getting them there. What I've found, we actually are able to hire pretty well. We're not able to retain. And so you've got issues like quality of life, and it gets to the same things you're talking about, the medical, just being able to have a place where a young person might come and get excited about it, but they start raising their family like, hey, is this really where I want to stay for the next 20, 30 years, and that kind of thing. So we have those kind of issues. We have a lot of exciting things going on at China Lake right now. So we have the problem of spending $4 billion recapitalizing our entire infrastructure. That's a really good problem to have. So we've got a lot of positives as we come out, and so we want to see how that, conversations about how we can use that as a leverage point and discussion of how we bring people to the desert to do the critical work for the Navy and the nation. Because it's not just Navy work. We do weapons work for pretty much all the services and a lot of our foreign allied partners to support that. So it is about national security beyond just the Navy. But yeah, I think a lot of you guys hit all the things. The most important thing, and people here who have heard me say it a lot, is how do you can hire people by the excitement, and you can get people here with the glossy brochure. But unless you bring them to be part of the team, to really be included in the team, they're not going to stay. And so inclusion is a big thing. And to me, inclusion is about bringing the right diverse talent to the team, but it's also about generationally, where we have a generation of mental health problems. And I'm concerned about our younger generation and the fact that we have more mental health issues than we've ever had before. And being remote, we don't have resources to support that. And so we're bringing some very high, talented people that have gotten here with a lot of support, possibly, or maybe not. They put themselves in high-pressure situations, and we know in our colleges and our young sailors and Marines and airmen and soldiers that we have a higher rate of suicide and things like that because of this generational issue. And when we come to the desert, I'm really concerned about the mental health resources available to these folks as they're coming out. And, that gets just basically inclusive of quality of life, not just at the workplace, but outside the workplace. How do they have places where they feel like they can belong and find the resources that maybe we did before the cell phone age? We're able to find those resources in collaboration and friendships and those kind of things. How do we build that? So that's something people hear me talk about a lot, and I think it's more important in this area where we need these folks with really high IQs, super smart problem solving, dealing with really hard problems, and then they got to go. They can't take that problem home every day because some of their problems are ones they got to keep at work. So do they have outlets? Do they have quality of life and resources to help them get through it? So I'll let Brad probably pick up the rest of that because he hears all the rest of the problems. So.
Thanks, Brownie. I think I'll just largely be rehashing what's already been said. But in terms of quality of life, as Admiral Hash mentioned, I'm Commander of Navy Region Southwest, which owns all of the installations in the Southwest United States, 10 of them from San Diego to Monterey, California, and China Lake and Fallon. So that's my geography. And across the region, to include the Mojave, the quality of life concerns are largely the same. The first one is housing. Looking to build more housing wherever we can eat it. The cost of housing, we got some temporary relief in some of our areas for the rest of this fiscal year, calendar year rather. Hopefully next year's BAH rates will continue that trend and we'll get some relief for our families then. Child care. Our limitation with child care today is not physical space in buildings. It's largely hiring the workforce. So I could provide more capacity at child care throughout the region if I had people who are interested in working. It's the same challenge that industry is facing outside the wire, so no difference. Finding people that want to work for what we are able to, what we can afford to pay them is a challenge. And then spouse licensure for Kelly May. I don't want to neglect that one. Certainly very important as we look to retain people, retain a workforce. It's clearly another one that is important to us. And then civilian pay. On the operational mission side, the encroachment, what we're concerned with, largely, especially in the Mojave, is water access rights. So that's probably the number one concern for China Lake. So need to mention that. And then as we pursue resilience across our installations, really what we're looking for inside the installations and outside the installation is an electrical grid that is more resilient, reliable, and efficient. And until we get that type of electrical grid, what we are trying to pursue as a nation in terms of electrification of our installations is probably a fool's errand. So we need to work on that. And then lastly, I will mention that I am the DoD rec for EPA Region 9. So in that hat, I represent all of your communities, all of your agencies, in making sure that the DoD's interests are represented with local and state regulations. And I look forward to continuing to support you in that role as well. So thanks.
All right, so for Marine Corps Installations West, despite what you heard these gentlemen say, since we're Marines, we don't have problems, we just have situations. But in all seriousness, I don't want to belabor the point what they've already mentioned because we all share a lot of the same issues. So taking it from the top for our priorities, for one, our top priority is supporting the warfighter. So for us, that's 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. And how do we do that in support of force design? So how do we do that in support of shaping the force for the 2030 beyond fight? Where we're fielding new pieces of gear, new platforms, new emerging operating concepts, et cetera. And oh, by the way, all these things go further, faster, and they're more distributed. And how do we do that with our Navy partners, where our service level, training institutions are in the desert? Okay, it doesn't really fit very well. So, bottom line is we've outgrown our training area space. So we're looking for a regional solution on how we get to some of those core mission essential tasks for us in that future fight. So our biggest challenge with that, obviously, is encroachment issues. Whether it's some of the renewable energy projects, wind turbine projects, et cetera, that interfere with aviation, some spectrum management issues with that, geothermal projects that are out there that have the same kind of impacts on our training, and then airspace encroachment. Specifically talking out at 29 Palms, or Johnson Valley extension there with the special use airspace there, on limited access to that, which directly supports our service level training exercises we do out there throughout the year. Our second priority, as mentioned, like the Navy's mentioned, is installation resiliency, specifically for the grid. We've got numerous projects we're working with the California Energy Commission right now as far as EV infrastructure goes, some long-duration energy storage projects, et cetera, that I'll get after that, but that remains a concern for us moving forward. And then lastly, as everybody else is mentioning, your quality of life, I won't belabor the point. Licensing thing is huge for us, and the quality of life issues for us aren't just for our service members, but the spouses as well. I think those things directly tie into retention, which I think we're all having those issues, and obviously for workforce development. For workforce development, for us, our biggest challenge there is on our civilian law enforcement personnel, and then as mentioned, the child care providers. We're building new facilities to increase the capacity, but right now our limiting factor is people to actually man those facilities. So that's a challenge for us. So that's it for you.
All right, Monique, there's nothing going on.
All right. Thank you, sirs. Next slide. And we will hand the mic off to Mr. Ned McKinley and Ms. Veronica Badillo and Ms. Kelly Mae Douglas for a governmental affairs update.
Yeah, as while they're walking up on stage and or grabbing their mics, reminder to everybody, we are streaming this. If you'd like us to kill the stream so that we can bump that up to controlled and classified information, that is an easy do. We did that this morning. Happy to do it again. We're doing so because not everyone that wanted to be here was able to travel to be here today. But there's potentially prying eyes that are looking. So keep that in mind as we're talking about the topics. However, most of this stuff has been said in very public forums, including the last time I was with Kelly Mae and Kurt and Brad. So I'm happy to double down or triple down here today. Ladies, gentlemen, thanks for being here.
All right, thank you, sir. Can all of you hear me okay? Is that about right with the microphone? Okay. We will get going here. So last year we were at Fort Irwin. At that time it was Gareth Smythe and myself. We gave an update. I think a lot of you in the room were there last year. So a lot of this will be an update, a continuation of that. A few new faces, which I'm pretty excited to bring for this presentation today. So I'm Ned McKinley. I'm with Marine Corps Installations West. I work for Colonel Whitley. I handle governmental affairs for the Marine Corps. And with us today, we have Veronica Badillo, we're very fortunate to have replaced Gareth right after Gareth left. So we have great coverage with our team in Sacramento on the Navy side. And then very excited to have Kelly Mae Douglas here today to talk specifically on the big picture quality of life issues for the Department of Defense. So I'll do most of the briefing at first, and then I'll pass this off. We'll vary it some. You won't get too bored of me, hopefully. And we have about 30 minutes. I don't think I'll take that long, and we want to give some time at the end for Q&A. So there may be some Q&A from our discussion. Next slide, please. So what we'll cover, we'll go through just a review of how we do governmental affairs in Sacramento, and I want to talk about how we use the regional environmental coordination process, how we work with Kelly. And then the big topics we're going to hit, we'll always talk about encroachment. What are the relevant topics there? Energy resilience, huge topic as well. And then we have several slides where we will discuss quality of life. And then Kelly will talk about her issues. And then time permitting at the end, I'll talk about the upcoming elections and how it looks like seats may be changing out here in the Mojave Desert. Next slide, please. Actually, if you could go one after, I'll come back to this one. So the review here on the Department of Navy office in Sacramento. So it goes back to 2004. An office stood up. Is actually the Navy at first. The Marine Corps followed later on. Full-time presence in Sacramento. The key thing being that on-the-ground presence, and it's with any of the state agencies that have any impact upon our activities. You can see the range of them there that I list out. Encroachment is always going to be the number one first thing. We've got to make sure that we're doing why the Marine Corps is in California, why the military is in California, but all the other issues there of energy, environmental quality, coordination on disaster response. That's one that pops up every 8 months or so, and we talk to CAL FIRE or CAL OES or dusting off our agreements. And then you can see the variety of reasons we have this office, and we can be at the forefront or we can be behind the scenes before policies become public. Next slide, please. A quick look at all of the, not all, this is a snapshot of some of the key agencies that we work with. The governor's office, obviously. Two agencies we put up here, the Natural Resources Agency and the California Environmental Protection Agency, that have a bunch of departments under there. that can do all kinds of things, good and bad, with regards to us. And then on the right-hand side, we have a list of some of the committees that we deal with in the legislature. And now if you could go back to slide 3, please. Sorry for jumping around here. So one of the things I want to emphasize today are some of our approaches of how I think we've gotten some very good results in governmental affairs. So we have the Navy Marine Corps office. We do anything that involves that liaison with state government. But there's 2 processes that we've been using and leaning on really hard that have been very effective. So one of those, Admiral Rosa mentioned the Regional Environmental Coordination process. There's a DoD instruction, I think it goes back to the early 90s. Someone in this room may know. And the purpose of that instruction was so that as the military interacted with state regulators in the environmental worlds, we could speak with one voice. So if it's water quality regulation, if it's an air quality regulation, it's not a good idea to be approaching them with different takes on what that regulation is. So this is a process for coming to a unified position, a unified set of its support or oppose or its recommended amendments and such. And the way it works, each U.S. EPA region has a DoD regional environmental coordinator. It's the service with the biggest footprints that is the coordinator, and then for each service there's a designated regional environmental coordinator. So in the room today we have representatives from all the services. For the Marine Corps, J.J. Gamlin is in our office with Colonel Whitley, but we have working for Admiral Rosen, we have Jason Golumsky-Jones, who is the lead, and if you could just raise your hand quickly. So when the military takes a position on most issues, usually it's going to be Jason who actually signs out the letter on behalf of all the services. But we also have Mark Mahoney here with the Army, and I believe most of the people in the Army know who Mark is. And then we have David Bell with the Air Force, who I'm really glad is included here today. And so the 4 of us getting on the phone, conference calls, such that we come to that unified position, mostly on very focused environmental issues, but the DoD instruction does include encroachment, does include energy issues. It gets fuzzier as you start to look at quality of life. Then we get to our second process, the Defense State Liaison Office, and Kelly will talk about this more in the future. I think the main point to say is that from the Marine Corps perspective, since like 2008, when payday lending was the #1 issue, we really have found it works best when we harmonized with the Defense State Liaison Office. What's their big picture perspective? And then the Sacramento with Veronica, with the Navy Marine Corps office, we engage on the tactical level, but we're really harmonizing with Kelly's office in the big picture. Okay, so that's kind of the overview of who we are, how we do it, and now we'll get into some of the specific issues. So next slide, please. Or actually, one more. There we go. Land use and encroachment. So a few things here I just want to draw attention to. On the left-hand side is Imperial County geothermal. We've gotten, it's 38 different proposed lease parcels in the Chocolate Mountains area. Some of these are problematic. A lot of these we probably aren't too concerned about. This is outside the Mojave area, but the main point I want to emphasize is that we had a lull with the renewable energy development. The state reached its 30% goal, or 33% goal, a couple of years ahead of the 2020 timeframe. The utilities were not procuring renewable energy. We knew it would be coming, though, that we knew they have very aggressive goals. They need more renewables, and we are now seeing it. This actual process, the geothermal process, is going to involve real close coordination with the Navy and the Marine Corps. Steve Chung and the Marines, we are working with BLM. That's in the next few months for a process that will take 7 to 10 years to unfold. Other renewables can move a lot faster. On the right-hand side, a couple of different things to draw attention to. Last time we were here, we presented about the Sentinel landscape application the state was putting forth. Disappointing news, the state's application got rejected, but I think it's something we want to keep in mind. This is a potential good opportunity to help synchronize state, federal planning on the conservation side. Scott Morgan with the Office of Planning and Research back there, I want to talk him into trying this again in coming years. So we'll see how that works. And we'll ask Scott to speak at the end of the presentation here too. Another big thing, at least a big headline, is Governor Newsom's announcement for 30% of the state's land use to be conserved. He put out an executive order for that. They came out with a report earlier this spring. They're at 24%, so they're looking for an additional 6%. These are opportunities for us to synchronize our efforts and to get more resources for things that can benefit us. Where there's co-benefits, we should be seizing them. 3 bills to mention that in either the land use or kind of operational side. The first one, AB 205. This just passed, massive budget-related bill, but part of it there is it changes the permitting processes for, or it can change the permitting processes for renewable energy projects. Most of these projects would usually be with the county. This gives an opportunity for it to be a streamlined process with the California Energy Commission. So something just for us to keep in mind. We have a real good relationship with the Energy Commission. They know to call us if there's an issue and include us, as Steve Chung and I going way back with them. So I think we're in good shape, but it is a change. 2 other bills, both of these died. One dying is good, one dying is bad. AB 2177, this is on the coast, so it's not in the Mojave region, but designating surfing reserves. And one of the surfing reserves that they wanted to designate is Trestles, which is at Camp Pendleton. And Marines don't like the thought of the state saying how we should be using our lands. So we're glad to see that bill die. The other bill on here, AB 2444, this is a bill, if I'm correct, either the Fort Irwin meeting with Assemblymember Smith or the county, this led to the introduction of this bill. And it is to allow the M1 equipment to operate on the county roads. It died, but it's a challenge that I think is a rec focus we're going to be looking at and trying to get a solution there. So we've been talking to Mark Mahoney on that. Next slide, please. Okay, on the energy side, there is a lot going on. Most of these are opportunities. The state had a combination of a number of different factors. It had unprecedented state surplus of $70 billion or so. A grid that is maxed out if we hit a heat wave, where they are in possibility of having to have rolling blackouts. And then also huge aggressive mandates for zero-emission vehicles and such. So all of that has combined for some, probably once ever, we're never going to see some of these things again that they've done. It's huge quantities of money that they're putting toward zero-emission vehicle infrastructure, toward storage. And then the other thing that's even more unusual is the authorities they're giving to the state to give out the money. And there's ways that they can do it without any kind of competitive grid. They're either expediting it or they are matching it up so that if there is a competitive federal process, then they can just come in and match it. So the total money this year that they're trying to spend this year, $140 million, that money is probably mostly spoken for. But the $240 million that will be in the next state fiscal year, that's one that we definitely want to get in shape. Some of that money could be earmarked for Department of Defense resiliency programs. And then the amount of money for the ZEV infrastructure, that one's up in the air. There's actually a ballot initiative that could make it a lot more than that. But this is, again, huge opportunities where we want to build out our EV infrastructure and some things we're looking at Camp Pendleton along those lines. And then the big point I want to emphasize here, everything I've seen so far of working with the state, the money is there. The challenge is how do we get the money? How can the state give it and how can we accept it? And there can be, for example, there can be challenges where it looks like it's a gift from the state. They can't do it then, so they have to figure another way around. And it could be a gift to us. We can't accept a gift, so we have to find a way around. So we're looking at some creative options, for example, with the Defense Innovation Unit, where the money can go through them, and then they have broader authority to give us money. So there's lots of money, but we need to get creative of how to get it. That's the main point to emphasize. My second bullet point here is the state. So if the Energy Commission, they're the carrots. They're giving the money out for the ZEV stuff. The Air Resources Board, they're the stick, and they put a big stick into place in their regulations with the Advanced Clean Cars Rule 2. So no more gasoline-powered vehicles by 2035. That is their plan. And that's going to be interesting to see how they reach it. It largely is in line with the executive orders that we need to comply with. Granted, the state regulation has a lot more regulatory oomph than an executive order, but it's the direction we need to be going. All right, my last point.
Can I just ask you a question on that? So, I mean, I love the way you frame that as a carrot and a stick. So, we're estimating $10 million just to get into kind of initial compliance with 2027 CARB requirements. So that's new trash trucks, new bucket loaders, all the things. We've got some generators that we've got to recapitalize just to be in compliance. Is there a way to leverage that carrot and say, hey, California, you just passed a law that's going to cost the federal government $10 million. Can you help us with that and show that direct correlation?
My tentative answer here, big picture, yes. Big picture, the Energy Commission would be happy to figure out how to help us. Yeah. The Air Resources Board, they have some carrots also. They can give some money for like fleet transition and such. Yeah. What that looks like, it depends. Is it going to be, the Energy Commission will build the charging infrastructure. They're not going to help us buy vehicles. The Air Resources Board will either, make us buy new vehicles and in some cases give some incentives for that. So the big picture, yes, they want to help. What that looks like, I'm not sure.
It seems to me we should give you what we think the financial impact will be of the current legislation that's already passed. I mean, kind of in the near term. Because for us, it's generators and it's, industrial vehicles.
And those are mostly, that's internal combustion engine? Okay.
Right.
So that will be, probably not much of that will take place in the Energy Commission world. That's going to be mostly on the Air Resources Board side. Okay. And that's an area I think we really need to be leaning into. It could be shaping their regulations, but it could also be looking at the kinds of incentives they have and where they may help. My own sense from the past when they've talked about like the fleet conversion things and they can help buy buses or garbage trucks or such, is it helps, but it's not a huge help. Like on just if you go buy your own POV and you get the clean vehicle rebate, it's what is it, $2,500 or something. The federal tax credit is a lot more. That's a much bigger boost. So yeah, it helps. Take the Air Board money, but I don't think that's usually going to make the business deal that much more. Question.
The level 3 chargers are darn expensive. I mean, the infrastructure, the electrical infrastructure is probably $50,000 to $60,000 plus another $125,000 for the charger. That can add up real quick when you're trying to electrify a base like Edwards or Porter or something else. Put a bunch of those level 3 chargers out there. Where level 2 is kind of easy. You can plug that into normal buildings and stuff. But level 3, you got to do a whole new infrastructure just to get there. And that's for those fast DC chargers. Those get expensive really quick.
And that's the kind of
And I'll also add, and the federal government's not generally playing and trying to get money from the state.
Right. We're not. That's not what we're used to doing. Right. There's a few other things like the NEVI, National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan, and that's pushed out there and saying where can you go find money in states to help with the national plan, and that's the first time I've seen something like that of trying to get more strategic.
Barely got permission to allow POVs or personal vehicles to charge in the last 2 years, and we're actually doing it. It is a far reach to get these level 3s out there because other places may be going to electric and got to replace all this gasoline infrastructure with something that is plugged in the grid.
Yeah.
And then add on top of what happens to the grid will be mixed. That's the problem.
Yeah. Okay, I'll move on to my last bullet point here, and these are the different programs that the state has put in place for trying to address their critical right now kinds of challenges with keeping the lights on. In 2020, they had some rolling blackouts in August and September of 2020. They called upon, I don't know to what degree the Air Force or the Army helped. I know that they called the Navy and said, anything you can do to help. Called the Marine Corps, anything we can do to help. And we did. The Navy pulled their ships off of shore power and swung it's like 25 megawatts off the grid in San Diego, which is pretty significant. Miramar, we have a microgrid. We put all the generation on, and it was like 5 or 6 megawatts. And then after that, we communicated, okay, that's fine. We're happy to help, but at least can you cover the fuel costs? I mean, we're just doing it for free right now. We helped shape some of these tariffs that they've had since then, and then they have made them even more, the compensation even higher. And so it's $2,000 per megawatt hour. That means for Miramar, the last events they did, it's like $80,000 every time SDG&E calls up, which covers the cost and then some more, which is good. It's also good because it demonstrates how we want the microgrids, we want the storage for energy resilience, but that's a really expensive thing to do. And if we can get extra revenue streams to offset it, this asset that can help the broader grid is one of those ways. And this is our first chance to really prove this point. We've been saying it for 7 or 8 years. And then the state has this emergency and hey, Miramar, with this is a real asset for you. So my own sense is we're only going to see a couple more years where they're going to be paying this amount of money to help them out when they have these bad situations. They're going to get a better grid, and they're going to stop having these emergencies and stop having the fear of rolling blackouts. But I think as we build out our microgrids, we need to be positioned to make this argument that they are a broader resource. How are we getting multiple benefits from it? Us, energy resilience, and then we have this benefit to the community. And next slide, please. And this is my last slide, and then I'm going to pass it on. Oh, this is a little bit. I'm sorry. Can you go forward? One more. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit on some of the environmental legislation that I worked on. This is before Veronica came on board in the summer. AB 2593 is an environmental bill that died, and I'm personally very relieved that it died. Not a Mojave project, but I just want to point it out quickly. This is a project that would have given the Coastal Commission more power to do whatever it is that they do, which is rarely stuff that we like them doing. We engaged with the author's office. We worked amendments that made the bill less bad. Still would have been somewhat problematic. And then it died to death somewhere in the legislature, which we were happy about. Why don't we go back up to the beginning of the environmental bills, and then I'm going to turn it over to Veronica, and I will jump in if you need to. Yeah, just take this one. There we go. Yeah.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see a lot of you guys again. So we're going to go on, continue with environmental issues, and I'll walk you through some quality of life, which is very important, I know, to all of you. So AB 1749 by Assemblymember Christina Garcia was actually signed 2 weeks ago. This one requires the ARB to identify measures to reduce criteria, air pollutions, and toxic air contaminants. Really what it does, it just builds upon a previous bill, and it requires them to make those updates online and available for individuals. SB 45. Do you want me to tell you that one? Yeah. No.
Okay, SB 45. This is the last one I'm going to brief. So our bases are now under state regulations. They're required to have its very aggressive goals for organic waste diversion. We are struggling to figure out how to do that. 29 palms in the case of the Marine Corps we don't know how we're going to do it yet. So this is any of our yard waste or food waste from restaurants and such. And it's very expensive to set up the processes for doing it. This bill may or may not help us, but at least it's showing that the state is trying to figure out how they're going to solve the problem of having people comply with their mandate. All this does is it provides assistance to local communities to comply with it. And this gives us an option at our basis to work with the local jurisdictions. So more to follow. The story of complying with the organic waste, it's going to be ongoing for some years. And this won't be the last we hear of it.
And that bill was signed by the governor as well a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, since we did this presentation and today, the governor has acted on many of these bills. So we updated it, and It's not reflected here. My apologies.
So SB 230 again is also awaiting the governor's signature. It should be, hope if it does get signed by tomorrow at midnight. If it does not get signed, it automatically becomes law. This is mostly on here. I know the rec was tracking it just to have it as information for HQ. This one just really talks about current obstacles that the State Water Resource Board is facing when they're trying to regulate PFAS. Next slide. AB 101 by Assemblymember Cristina Garcia died. I was going to say killed. Died in committee. So a lot of these bills mostly have to do with environmental justice. And so this bill would have required or would have allowed agencies to delay or prevent any projects that would create an additional air or water quality burden on disadvantaged communities. And that disadvantaged community pretty much talks about, low income, specific race, ethnicity, national origin, things like that. So when you think about a lot of these environmental issues that I'm sure are going to be moving forward potentially in the next couple years, is how are these environmental justice bills going to impact any projects that the military has in areas like the Mojave, where there are a lot of disadvantaged communities in the area. So that's just why we threw that on there, is to make sure that you guys are aware that these are the type of bills that are going to be potentially coming through in the next couple years. Next slide, please. So we're going to move on to quality of life bills. SB 1041 by Senator Atkins was signed by the governor last month, I believe. This one mostly affects the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. It definitely extends their sales tax exemption. So they've been doing it every 10 years. And so this year, Senator Atkins took it upon herself to make sure that this bill went through. This was done before my time, or right as I was coming into Navy Region Southwest, but I believe the committee, one of the last committees that this bill was in, was giving the author some issues, and Senator Atkins came in and essentially said, no, you'll pass this. And so it got through the legislature and it was signed. I'm sure Ned could give you more information on that. SB 1311, which was a huge deal for us, the governor just signed 2 days ago. So this one strengthens the existing California military consumer protection laws here in California. I'm sure a lot of you guys know this was actually came from an joint investigation from the IG in San Diego, the AG's office, and the district attorney, where there were issues of scammers targeting military service members in San Diego. I believe there were 3 individuals that essentially went to jail for it. And so this prevents them from, this strengthens that law. So that was a big deal for us. AB 1750 by Maritsuchi was also signed recently, and this one just updates state code to include the Space Force, which I believe Kelly will get into later. It's going to be a priority. California is kind of leading the way on this as far as including the Space Force into state code for various benefits and services. And there's a lot of places in the state code where, I found some where the Air Force wasn't even included because the code had been, the last time the code was updated was before the Air Force became its own service. So there's still a lot to go through. So this one, again, is a DSLO priority for next year, but California is ahead of the game on that. Still, probably another cleanup bill next year to include some other areas that were left out. Next slide, please. AB 2032 by Assemblymember Eduardo Garcia is the Ending Military and Veteran Suicide Task Force, which I know some of you mentioned earlier, the lack of services for mental health. This bill was unfortunately vetoed by the governor a few days ago. However, in the budget, the governor did include $50 million for outreach and services to different areas. So part of the reason why this bill was vetoed. SB 950 by Senator Archuleta is also awaiting the governor's signature. This one's pretty interesting. So this bill requires the Department of Social Services to submit a request for a federal waiver so that when service members are applying for food stamps, that they do not count BAH towards income. So I know there was a recent DOD policy that's going to be increasing BAH. So it'll be interesting to see how the governor acts on this, whether, I think it would be a good complement to DOD policy. Still a little unfortunate, I think, that, something like this has to be done. Either way, it's a good bill that we're tracking that would help a lot, especially a lot of the junior service members. So I think it's very important. Next slide, please. AB 305 by Assemblymember Mainshine is something that has cost Gareth, Ned, and Kelly before my time a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. This turned into a 2-year bill, and it requires the state agencies to ask whether a person has either served in the military or knows someone or a family member who has served in the military so that they're able to get them the services and benefits that they may be eligible for. And Kelly will talk a little bit more about that in her presentation as well. And lastly, AB 1675 by Assemblymember Ward. Again, this has to do with credentialing, and unfortunately this bill was held. It didn't even get a committee hearing in Assembly Education. However, I believe they're going to be trying it again next year. There is going to be a new chair in that committee, so we'll see where it goes. That's all I have, and I think we're going to go up a slide. Yep, and I'll turn it over to Kelly, who'll give you more information.
Thanks, Veronica. Good afternoon. This is my first time at this particular event, and I just want to thank the General for inviting me after we met at the Governor's Military Council Defense Summit last month. So I'm Kelly Mae Douglas. I work for the Defense State Liaison Office. I'm the regional liaison that covers the Southwest and Pacific states. Our office is within the Undersecretary of PNR, and we've been in place since 2004, so a very long time. We're charged with specifically working quality of life related state policy issues in the states, in liaison and partnership with states on behalf of DOD and service members and their families. So the thought is that, our number one goal is to eliminate and alleviate barriers to a variety of quality of life issues that affect military service members and their families when they move from state to state, and really harmonizing the differences that exist between federal policy and state laws, understanding that there's many areas, particularly around quality of life, that are best addressed by the states and where the states have oversight of those issues. Many of our issues have related to K-12 education, licensure, veteran protections, runs the gamut, law, justice, healthcare. Every year so some people speak about our issues as the top 10 list. So kind of like, who was that? Letterman, top 10 list. So these key issues that we identify every year are identified through a variety of different mechanisms. One is this kind of venue, listening to commanders and family members and hearing and taking in the input of what is affecting their lives at the current moment. Also working with, looking at state policies, best practices, what's happening in other states. If we see something like the CalFresh bill in California, if that bill is signed, that will probably go to the top of the list for DOD, just because food security, insecurity, financial security is a top priority for the Secretary. And he just recently put out a memo on taking care of people, and financial security is top. So if the CalFresh bill is passed in California, that might be something that rises to the top. So we look at all of these best practices, input from the commands, from the field, also what's going on in OSD with other programs, and we come up with this list that we put put out to the states as far as things that they can do, actionable items that can immediately improve quality of life for military service members and their families. Now, I heard from the command input today and previously, a lot of these issues that have been brought up are historical and have, are kind of things that have been around for quite a while. So some of those issues, I think we all understand. Some of those are those that are DoD issues to resolve, right? DoD issues to address, and I'm definitely that's something I always elevate those issues up to our chain. But then there's the other kind of approach, which is where my office comes in, is working with the states. And so many of the issues that were brought up today, probably the majority of them, are able to be actionable by the states, and that's where we have opportunity coming in to the legislative session. Next slide. Oh, you can go back. So just to kind of share information about my office. So like I said, I cover the Southwest, Pacific Islands. We have a liaison in the Northwest, South kind of Central area, Southeast, and Mid-Atlantic. We have 3 new individuals coming on board. We have 3 retirements this year, and our director has just retired, and we have someone coming in next month. So a lot of transition in my office, but we're really excited about the opportunity that exists to get fresh people in that are very familiar with working state policy. Next slide. So for 2023, these are our office's general kind of broad issues that we're working across all of the states. I've highlighted the ones that are relevant to California, in that California has yet to address or fully address those that I've highlighted here. So if they're not highlighted, California has made progress in those areas, and we've considered them to meet our criteria for that issue. So enhanced military spouse licensure portability, I will speak to that real quick. And the second one, occupational licensure access. We've worked this issue for a long time. We were finally successful in kind of moving the needle last year with AB 107, which was Assemblymember Salas. And so that was a win. That basically expanded the temporary license that was currently available for 8 professions to all professions that fall under the Department of Consumer Affairs. Does not include teachers, does not include attorneys, does not include, I think, real estate brokers. Every other industry is pretty much covered under AB 107. Our challenge with AB 107 is that it's not effective until July of 2023. So we're working with DCA and the boards to make sure that that bill is implemented with fidelity and in a way that actually makes a difference for our military spouses.
Are nurses under AB 107?
Sir, nurses were already included under the 8 that already have a temporary license. The matter, I think, with the nursing board is compliance. So I'm trying to say that nicely.
Yeah.
But I have, and I'll speak. Actually, the next thing I'll talk about the nurses and the teachers. So our number one top priority for the department and for us in California is moving the state forward in terms of adopting interstate licensure compacts. In his memo this week addressing taking care of people, the Secretary has included in one of the kind of lines of effort getting states, holdout states like California, like New York, like Hawaii, New Mexico, many of my states, getting those holdout states to finally trying to figure out where we're having the friction that is not allowing these states to adopt these interstate compacts. So I'll give you a little bit more background about the compacts, but that is one way that the Secretary believes that we can make a difference in terms of ensuring financial stability for families. Obviously, a military spouse that can't work, that's loss of income for the family and loss of stability. And so that's why licensing compacts is our number one top priority. So interstate licensure compacts are occupation specific. So we currently have 8 individual occupational licensure compacts for the general population. Anyone in the state that's licensed can join. If a state becomes a compact state, any professional in that industry can apply and receive a privilege to practice. And allow the free flow of their career kind of portability between states that are members. So we have 8 right now that the DoD has helped fund, and we have 5 more coming this year, 2023, to include teachers. Nursing is already one that is available for states to join. California just hasn't joined it. But this is the wave of the future. In the NDAA, there is annual funding for additional compacts. So we're just going to see more and more occupational compacts come out until we've covered as many as we believe really reaches kind of the military spouse population. So there was a nurse licensure compact bill 3 years ago, right before COVID. It died. I don't believe that we didn't have the right political leverage for that bill. When California considers licensure compacts, it's not just for military spouses, like I mentioned. So that's a paradigm shift where they're really, kind of relieving and opening up the aperture for less kind of state-specific regulations and accepting what has been determined across all states as being the licensure, the standard for that occupation. So it requires strategic engagement with the legislature and with the state and with the community to really make sure that we have people behind this effort that can move something that's so much of a shift from what's norm. So Nurse Compact died because the nurse union opposed it. There were 85 organizations that formally supported the nurse licensure bill a few years ago, and then like 2,000 nurses. But the nurse union opposed it, and it died. So we have our work in front of us in terms of really being able to address the concerns of the unions. We've brought that forth to the secretary level, that is something that is necessary at the administration and the secretary level to engage with the nurses union. So there's work to be done on all levels. For us here, on the ground in California, it's just understanding how the interstate compacts are really the best practice, the gold standard of creating true reciprocity, not just something that the state provides for spouses when they come in, but also something they provide for spouses when they leave. And that's why it's really considered the gold standard of reciprocity. So we have some interested legislators. We will be, moving forward with hopefully the nurse licensure compact. I do know we're moving forward with the counseling compact because the California Board of Counseling is behind it. And the teaching compact is like number 1. I think that's our best chance of really moving things forward and creating reciprocity for teachers, which is the second largest occupation for military spouses behind nurses, is this compact. It has backing from the largest teachers union in the nation, NEA. It has California Teacher Credentialing Board is part of the drafting committee. I think Veronica mentioned, we have a change in education committee leadership. And this will go through at the Education Committee versus Business and Professions. So there's just a lot of different pieces there that make it so that we might be in a perfect storm for success on top of this huge critical teacher shortage. So that's kind of where I see the vision, where I see it moving forward in 2023 is that we just need a huge push for the teacher compact as well as the other compacts.
Hey, Kelly, maybe before you move
Yes,
off
sir.
teachers, I certainly care about all the professions. That is the one that is most impactful here for a bunch of reasons, here at Edwards for a bunch of reasons. I get that the compacts are the gold standard and that solves a lot of problems. I also understand that that's likely going to be the most difficult lift, independent of the career field. Where are we? There was some confusion, and I wasn't the chair of that panel, but I was in the panel when this surfaced at the Governor's Military Council. And the response that it was quickly back, well, they can do that. There must be a local problem. So I think there's some mixed messaging and probably some clarification on what can we do today. We know where we want to be end state. I'm interested in knowing how long you think, and we won't hold you to it, but how long you think it's going to take us to get there for teacher licensure, reciprocity, true reciprocity, and then if you see any interim steps between where we are today and where that's going to be. And that's a detailed question, but I think it dramatically impacts a lot of military families and all the installations in California that have schools on the base, not just the ones that the five of us represent.
Right. So, yes, thank you, sir. I think, that's a multifaceted question. I do think that the message that we hear sometimes from the state is, districts can do whatever they want to. There are things that that districts can and have been doing, right? Jesse Nahara, the superintendent for Silver Valley in near Fort Irwin, is a perfect example of a district that works creatively to try to retain and recruit and retain their teachers that serve military families, and also using the military community as leverage to be able to access a greater pool of professionals. So there are things that I think local districts can do in partnership with the commands, and I think that's key. The number one thing I would recommend that needs to be done, can be done right now, is building or maintaining and nurturing strong relationships between the command and the local school system. I've seen a lot of different models for services that are trying to address, for example, quality of life or quality of education at school systems. And where I've seen the most progress is when they have a very strong established partnership between the commands and the school district. So that's just one, I think, kind of easy, low-hanging fruit. So
let me. It was a three-parter, and I want dialogue here too. And that was my understanding of state of play, is that there's a lot of left and right boundaries on waivers and exceptions and all that can happen at the superintendent level at the district, but that was not a direction. It was a potential opportunity, but still really up to some local interpretations. Right? Is that how you see state of play right there?
Yes.
Okay,
yes. And there's some things that can be done and some things that can't.
Yeah.
Right?
So Jared's taking a lot of notes right now. The second one is how long for teachers for the licensing compact. Not a single state is in that nationally yet, right?
No, the final approved language is coming out in a couple weeks.
Right. So it's not. So there's a grand total of 0 states out of 50 that's in that.
Right.
A few are going to immediately jump. How long till California joins? Your prediction.
Really hard to say.
And a year from now, in a year from now, you can give us an update. This is pretend you're a weatherman. Right? You don't have to be right, and if you're wrong, we don't care. Go ahead.
I'll say with the other occupations, I would give a very low chance of California joining in the next couple of years. I think we have a lot of education to do with the legislature, but with teaching, as it's a unique situation and momentum that we have, and the fact that it goes through kind of different channels of committees and consideration. So I would give it, Ned will probably shake his head at me because I think I'm more optimistic than he is. But on this end, I would say we have about a 60% chance of California joining this year. As far as the states that join, a prediction of how many states might join, there's a lot of momentum. I wouldn't be surprised if upwards of 15 states joined in this first year.
Okay. So that kind of closes the gap on my third question. What do we do between that? So your advice to us is continue to support the all-in to the compact, and then a year from now we'll reassess based on how that.
Yes, and then like you mentioned, the right now identifying things that can be done within state law, right? That going to the superintendents, working with them, and seeing what can be done creatively within the bounds of what they can do, right? But I do think that there's a lot that can be done with recruiting and retaining. The licensure piece is the hard piece, but then again with the shortage, I think it's offering. There's a lot more kind of leniency towards easing some of the, at least permanent, or at least temporarily easing some of the requirements. But then again, you're looking at the other piece of that picture, which is, to what degree do we want teachers teaching our students that may not meet the baseline requirement of let's say experience or training.
Yeah, same conversation you had as a sidebar at length in Sacramento. We have lots of vignettes about the consequences of not having this. So I understand the concern that you highlighted, and I share that concern.
Absolutely.
However, in the absence of that, I think what we're observing now is significantly worse than that potentiality that you just described. And I'm not sure that's heard. So when you or anybody else needs a vignette to take to a committee, I can generate that.
I'm taking them all right now.
So Colonel Brucker's my mission support group commander. He's the direct liaison with the school here, with the school superintendent here. What Jared doesn't know is that the reason my forehead is so flat is that I've actually been pounding into the brick wall on this issue for almost 3 years now, and the bricks aren't moving. And so I'm trying to figure out where to maybe not hit a brick and just pine wood instead. So let me know where to smash. That's an offer for help, not a critique.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And I just wanted to throw in that, I talked about the immediate kind of actionable approach, and then the long-term being compacts. That mid-range is, what we were trying to do with AB 1675, which was just easing some of the provisional requirements so that we could get teachers in as soon as possible. And so we were really disappointed that didn't get a hearing. That had a different committee chair than we will have this year. So that is also an opportunity. And I believe, as Veronica said, that Assemblymember Ward was interested in reintroducing that. My focus, will be primarily on the compacts, but if that gets reintroduced and we have that opportunity, then I think that's a really good right now solution.
Kelly May, I appreciate all the work that's being done on this. When I was up at JBLM up at Fort Lewis, we had a visit from the First Lady shortly after the Biden administration took over, and during that it became clear how motivated she is on this particular issue, and kind of building on the work that Michelle Obama had done with the Joining Forces program. Yeah, Joining Forces. So now that was right at the start of the administration, so that was a while ago. Is there still momentum from the White House on this, and are we leveraging that momentum, particularly with national entities like the nurses comment? Because she's not going to be the First Lady forever. We've got an opportunity, and how are we leveraging that focus?
That's a great point, General. I actually made that very, very similar request and point to my leadership when I went back. We go back every year. Yeah. So we were asked, how can we move the ball with these licensure compacts in these holdout states? And that was the answer is, hey, we have Joining Forces. We have the White House behind this spouse employment issue. We have the Secretary of Defense saying this is a top priority. So that's fine, but where are we leveraging that support at the highest levels? And so that was what we asked. We formally asked our leadership to make a plan for how to engage at that level, to make sure that the administration and the secretary is communicating to these unions, that this is something that we support, and this will be a win-win. So your point is well made, and I'll foot stomp that when I talk to my leadership. But I think it's a great idea. So moving to easier, lower hanging fruit. So the Defining Armed Forces and State Policy, Veronica talked about this already. AB 1715 was signed, right? It was signed 17th, I think on the September 17th. That was a first chop at one of our biggest priorities, aside from licensure in K-12, is making sure that that Space Force families are included in everything good that we have done all these years, in the states by adjusting, by adding them into state statute. So the first CHOP was in California, was one of the first 3 to do it this year. So that's great. We're leading the way in that regard. Like Veronica said, there's a lot of sections in California state code that need to be adjusted to add Space Force. For me, I'm looking at the quality of life initiatives that my office has worked for the last 16 years, making sure that all of those statutes include Space Force. So many of you might be familiar with the Military Interstate Compact for Education for Children. So MIC-3, as it's sometimes called, is an agreement among states. All 50 states are part of it, plus DC, and DODIA is kind of an ex officio member, to make sure that we streamline the transfer for military students in K-12 from school to school, state to state, to ensure that they're able to transfer without delay, and really be able to jump right into their new school system without having to redo classes and courses and things like that. That was one of our first initiatives in 2008. That we endeavored upon, and Ned was actually involved with that and on that task force for California. Took California a while for that compact. So I guess we do have a compact in California. But there's a section of Ed Code in California Ed Code that addresses that particular provision that provides protections for military students. For right now, someone could interpret that statute as not applying to Space Force families because it names every single branch except for Space Force. So that's just one example of what we will be going back to the legislature next year and asking them to do even a wider kind of sweep and make sure that these quality of life initiatives are applicable to our Space Force families. Let's see, the Military and Family Life Counselor Licensure Waiver. MFLEX, as some of you might know them, DOD contracts with 2 different contractors to provide these short-term mental health providers that get embedded into units, get embedded into schools, child care centers, what have you. They currently cannot. There are vacancies like everywhere else, workforce, right? We're having a hard time keeping and recruiting these mental health providers to particularly remote and isolated areas. One of the reasons is because we're really limited. We can only bring an MFLEC into an installation if they are licensed in that state as a mental health provider. A licensed clinical social worker, marriage and family counselor, and so we're asking the state to waive the requirement for them to be licensed in the state because they already have a license in another state. But they're working with only the DoD community, so we're asking for that waiver so that we can recruit and retain more of these mental health providers, and then yes. So I actually am not very familiar with the virtual influx.
We have 7 resident, 2 virtual.
Okay. That's new to me, so I'll have to ask about it. Yeah, so where are they based? Are they based just anywhere, or are they here?
Yeah, so it's set up through military workforce. So it could be anywhere.
Oh, okay, so yes. So my office actually, like our website, is through Military OneSource, so we have that direct line. I will ask how that works. I could make a guess, but I'm guessing that they probably still have to be licensed in California, but I'll ask.
Not an expert, but a client of Military OneSource Counseling currently. My provider explained to me that, Matt, you have to be in the state of California as the patient because that's where I'm licensed. Not that I expect you to have an issue, but I do have patients that sometimes I'm worried about, and I have to call local authorities, and if I'm not licensed in that state, they have no idea who I am. So that was as was explained to me by my provider. There's probably a larger answer to that. That was at least somewhat logical. However, I think there's a very reasonable extrapolation of California acceptance of licensure outside.
Mm-hmm.
Break. Same question, Kelly May, and it's to to his question, how long until you think we're going to get that waiver because of the dearth of even one more at one base may save a life, which is why I'm asking. Is that weeks, months, maybe next year? What's your guess on that?
That one is different because there's currently language in the NDAA. So if it stays in the Senate version of the NDAA, then we don't even have to work it at the state level. So that could happen. Okay, but we have it on our list currently just in case that doesn't happen. And so California could pass legislation, this year, and it could be enacted or good, I guess, 2024 is the soonest.
Experience says that if it's in federal law and state of California doesn't concur with that, they're going to comply with California law and wait for somebody to take him to court. And then we're going to wait through court processes to get there. Actual example from somebody stationed at Edwards was the California Franchise Tax Board not complying with the Military Tax Relief Act requirements. And that was a significant stressor on that family, which ironically drove them to mental health. But that's a separate issue. It is related. So I'm pleased that it might be in the NDAA this year, but I'm not optimistic that the state enforcement or licensing mechanisms are going to recognize that unless forced to do so. And that's beyond the scope of maybe even the civilian tenure of the employees, DoD employees in the room.
It's a great point. And
I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, and it's not a critique of the three of you. You're doing great things, but the follow through in the state of California is way, way, way more challenging than it is in many other
I understand.
jurisdictions.
So just one thing though, I will bring forth, I think that you made a good point about even if it is passed through federal legislation, that it might still be beneficial to address it at the state level. It's kind of like this Service Member Civil Relief Act. So the Eggman bill that Veronica talked about, that is not required by the federal SCRA, but it is something that California added to make sure that we have that arm of protection for families. So I think it's a good point that you make as far as even if it is passed in federal, to keep working it at the state level.
Yeah, it was an update to the Servicemen Civil Relief Act that I was referring to. That was that taxation issue, and that was a big deal. A big deal for a family that was at Edwards a few years back.
So you can say the same thing with J. Ross and homeschooling.
Okay. So I'm really interested to hear what you have to say about that because so the Interstate Compact that I talked about, they meet every year, and in October the school liaisons across all services, all the military reps on the Interstate Compact councils met a couple of days ago, and that got brought up, GRTC and also separately homeschooling. But I would like to know more about that. So finally, just one last thing on childcare. So I heard that childcare is an issue. There's two there's a probably multi-pronged approach that has to be looked at for increasing access to military families to quality childcare. One issue is facilities on base. Okay, and that is probably more of a DoD issue, right? Like I know that there's some studies that are happening at the OSD level in terms of looking at the pay structure for childcare providers within military childcare facilities. So that's that piece. There's another piece that has to do with family childcare providers, FCCs, so childcare providers that provide childcare in their homes, either on base or off base. And so you have military, I think 99% are military spouses. So you have this military spouse that is a childcare provider in her home on base. There's rules for that, right? They have to follow the services certification requirements. There's some incentives that are provided. Then you might have some military spouses that are FCCs off base. If they are off base, generally they have to have the DoD certification to get the DoD subsidy, but they also have to be state certified. And so we're asking, in that realm, we're asking that if you have a DoD military spouse, family child care provider off base, that they don't have to go through both processes of certification. DoD requirements seem to be a little bit more stringent than most states. So I think it's like 93% of states. So we're just asking states to not require them to go through that process. We're hoping that if they don't have to go through redundant processes, we'll get more spouses to want to provide, to be family child care providers. There's also a program called Military Child Care in Your Neighborhood Plus. It's an expansion. That was also something that the Secretary put out recently as a priority. That is still trying to get at the access to quality child care, but instead of on the DoD side, we're looking at the community side. So community child care providers who have met DoD requirements can get a DoD subsidy for providing child care to military families. Why?
That child care out in town has state license and state board. Why does that child care place have to have? You're not going to get it in any rural area.
So the civilians. So the reason why they would want to get the DoD, they don't have to, but it's just an additional subsidy for them. Right. Mm-hmm.
Child care at the CDC, and I've got the lowest level bracket is $60 a week for a Lance Corporal. And the CDC is completely booked. Why? Because I'm at 40% staff in the CDC personnel. So now I've got a long waiting list. And I've got both of them, both Lance Corporals, and now what do? One stays home because who's watching the child? Or they take it out in town, we're spending $200 a week, but it's only licensed in the state. That company is not going to go through all the federal type stuff. Why can't we just start at the state level? So now it's a state licensed child care place. Then that Lance Corporal can go out for that, pay the $200, but then come back into the CDC and get the voucher to pay the difference.
Right.
Now it's not that way. It's federal only, and there's no places out, especially in the rural area, those companies or child provider places are not going to go through the federal license.
So you make a good point, and I should clarify. So this MCCYN Plus, Military Child Care in Your Neighborhood Plus, it's not a change of policy or anything like that. The DoD is partnering with the states to ensure that they call it QRIS, quality rating system, that they mirror, that they match. So they're working with the state to make sure that the state has that has aligned their program. And so any provider who's state, they don't have to get DoD license. If they're state licensed and they meet the quality indicators that the state has established in partnership with DoD, then they get an additional DoD stipend. It's a new expansion. It's something that's not available here in California yet. They're piloting it in San Diego as we speak. So, but I can get you more information about it. Yes. So is that required if they're accessing the civilian child care? It's for the child care provider to get. It's not for reimbursement for the serviceman purpose. Yeah.
Our CDC can recommend a place in town that will offer the service member that discount.
Okay.
Reimbursement through the military, right? So I want to make sure that they don't have to have full certification to get that reimbursement.
Oh, okay. No, it's they don't have to have both certifications, but again, this is not something that's implemented in California yet. But it's something that DoD, separate from my office, I'm actually just, they just wanted us to make the connections with the governor's offices, which we've done. But I just want to make you aware that that is something that they are looking towards. But I can get you more information. I'm definitely not a child care subject matter expert. And this piece is not something that is within my portfolio. However, we have the information to share, and definitely we'll get it to all the commanders.
Let me throw one more thing in the child care.
I'm probably taking up all the time.
I know. I'll be quick. This might be outside of your particular portfolio, but as we've looked at the child care problem, we have the same problem in Manning. I think we're at 72% or something like that. Yeah, we're in the 60s or 70s. The problem is not the lack of compensation. It's the frustration of how long it takes to get employed. So we pulled that thread. There's an organization at the Pentagon called the CSSC that does the child suitability background check place. It's centralized, and they do all the background checks. So we've gone to them and said, why is it so hard? And they always come back to us and say, because of California. And so we're caught in this do loop What I'm told is, I think DCSA is the process, or DSCA is the background check process. We say, hey, this person needs a background check. They look at the federal registry, which takes minutes, and then they go to the state registries. That takes a lot longer, and California is always the worst. That may explain why all of us mention childcare as a challenge. Again, that's a complex problem, but I'll tell you, we can't man our childcare centers because we can't get our interested workers to get background checks, and the answer we're getting from the Pentagon is it's California's fault.
That,
Yeah.
how long was it
Yeah.
for the background?
Yeah.
It takes us 8 to 45 days to actually get all the servers, everything set, and then to actually start.
Yeah.
How long was the? How long is the background check piece of that? Do you- okay. Just curious. Okay.
But then you got to do loss. You got line of sight supervision. You can't add kids to the mix until you get them out for loss, and that can take 90 days or more. So I think we're both reflecting the same problem. And again, it could be a Pentagon problem with the CSSC, but what they're telling us is it's not our fault. It's California.
Well, that's definitely worth looking into. It's something, just on a different note regarding teachers. One of the pushbacks we had last year with 1675 was, the issue is not about the process, for certification, it's the background check. Well, we talked to the AG, and they said it took, I think, 7 days, something way shorter than what we were told. Yeah. And so we can go back to the AG and see if there's any kind of
what we see,
avenue.
just because statistics will lie to you. If you have a clean background, it's very simple, very quick. But if you have any DROG whatsoever, it takes forever to adjudicate. So, for example, we had a particular person who applied for a job. They were in their 40s, and they found in their background that they'd had an underage drinking offense when they were a minor, 2.5 decades before. That puts it in the same do loop and adjudication pile as sex offenders and everybody else, right?
Yeah.
So it goes in. So what you end up with is most of them are a number of them work fairly quickly, but even the most minor DROG takes forever to adjudicate. And so looking at averages can sometimes be very deceptive.
I think it's an important thing that for us to look at from the AG's office. So definitely we'll dig in. I think that's it for my part, unless you have more.
Yes, so Kelly May, so thank you for accepting the invitation. I'm glad you're here. As you heard earlier, this is a recurring forum. This forum is a great place for you and almost everybody at the table, and a lot of folks that we didn't have room for at the table to reliably show up for and interact with us. How can we help you get fresh vignettes from the field, and you have different lines to Secretary Austin on these topics than many of us do. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
For everybody else's benefit, we're almost on time for the break, but we're one brief short. So what I promised to do is we'll shorten the section a little bit later in the day, where we have the Mojave Commanders Roundtable. That was scheduled for 50 minutes. And so we're chewing through our time and our topics now, so it makes sense for us to buy that back later. And if I need to strike something, then I'll ask somebody later. But so we'll reconvene at I'll say, I know you guys won't be super fast, so we'll reconvene. No kidding, on the hour. So get your stuff done on the hour. If we're ready early, we'll go early. And our next one will be the groundwater sustainable management from John. Thanks. And is it John? Did I get it right? If I pronounced your last name wrong, I'm sorry.
Naval Base Ventura County. Okay. Write that down.
Try it again. No, that.
John Kersey, I'm the Community Planning Liaison Officer for China Lake.
All right, everybody. There's plenty of room for sidebars in the sidebar rooms. If not, if you want to stay here, we'll get going with the topic, the continued topics. My commitment to the rest of the briefers on the calendar is if you stay within what you had planned for your allotted time, number of minutes. I believe those minutes are still available, and the five of us will take it out of the time towards the end. If we need to accelerate a little further, we will, but I look forward to learning about the environmental stuff that can, we talk about things that can slow us down in the state legislature. This is stuff that slows us down another order of magnitude if we don't get it right, so I look forward to learning and staying out of that trouble. Thanks.
Yes, sir. All right, John Kersey, I'm the Community Planning Liaison Officer at Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake. For the last 5 years, I've been basically at the tip of the spear for our groundwater efforts at the installation. Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Basin, sole source of water for both the installation, the city, its industrial and agricultural uses. Right now, it's a closed basin, which means we get very little water coming in from any other source other than the precipitation within the valley itself, which is our natural recharge is round estimate of 7,650 acre feet, but we're pumping out 24,000 plus acre feet a year, so it's a significant lopside, and it's having a definite impact on the water quality and everything else. Next slide, please. So what ended up happening is it's depleting our groundwater supplies, which starts having an effect, one, on our ability to hire and sustain those critical engineers, scientists, and everything else to the installation. It impacts the quality of life. We are seeing declines in water quality both at the water district plus the installation itself. So there's more things that have to go in. It increases costs and everything else outside the fence. We, of course, start drying out certain areas with windborne dust and everything, so we start seeing moving dunes across certain areas, which can become a problem in our ranges. And then also groundwater subsidence, which can really have an impact on our supersonic naval ordnance research track. That thing has to be very, very flat, so any subsidence could shut it down and we lose a critical mission asset. Next slide, please. So in 2014, the state initiated the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. The Indian Wells Valley was actually identified within that law as one of the critically overdrafted basins because that lopsided number in pumping versus our natural recharge. So the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Agency was established as our local groundwater sustainability agency, and the Navy actually was a ex officio member of that particular group over the last several years. In January of 2020, we did successfully submit to DWR the groundwater sustainability plan. It took 2 years to get it approved, but it was conditionally approved this past January with certain criteria that the Groundwater Authority is going to have to meet by the 2025 five-year plan update that they have to provide. Next slide, please. Next slide. So some of the factors that they're looking at with the Groundwater Authority is trying to treat brackish water. It is recognized as something very abundant in our basin, as well as the state of California itself. It's, again, a potentially abundant supply. You've got it deemed as a supplemental supply, but the challenge is in a basin like Indian Wells Valley, even if you're treating brackish water, you're still having the same effect. It's the same bowl with just another straw in it, pulling it out. Whether you're creating more potable water, it's still going to have the same impacts when it comes to decline of the water table and everything else. Technology advancements are helping improve that capability, but it's still expensive. And so, but with the water conditions that you're seeing today, of course, everyone's, I'm sure, seeing the drought conditions for the entire western half of the country. It's driving up the cost of water. So it's making it also look more financially feasible to start trying to put in those types of facilities. So you're looking at not only our basin, but other basins could become targets to either become a new source for piping into other basins, or just trying to treat it itself. Next slide, please. The big one, which is where almost every sustainable groundwater management group that's out there for the that have developed their GSPs, of which 22 initially submitted in 2020, 8 were actually approved. So it's right now it's very limited, but pretty much every one of those agencies is trying to figure out how to tap into the state water project to import water. The main focus of that is, of course, bringing water from the north down to the south to our more arid environments. The water, not only is it coming from the north, but also additional water can be brought in from groundwater supplies, everything else, which starts opening up issues on where they're going to get the water. Indian Wells Valley, the Groundwater Authority currently is actually trying to buy water from the San Joaquin Valley side from a ranch that's deciding we're done with ranching, now we're just going to sell our water. So basins, again, as everything's starting to dry out, projects like Cadiz down by 29 Palms are going to start looking more and more viable, and it's going to have impacts if it winds up in your backyard. It could impact your water quality. It could impact, even if it's not impacting that, you have groundwater-dependent ecosystems that can, of course, hit us with environmental conditions and everything else. So there's a laundry list of items that could start impacting us for various reasons as more water is trying to be brought in from other sources to supply these agencies. You also have, with the State Water Project, of course, we have the Kern Water Agency, but that one, the current efforts to try and bring water from that local supply with the water agency, it's not close enough. They'd have to try and bring it up over the mountains. Well, that's not going to be very favorable, so they're looking to go to the Antelope Valley East Kern Water Agency, which actually supplies Edwards Air Force Base. They're looking to try and tap into that system, have them extend their area of service to include Ridgecrest, and then try and connect into that system. You also have, of course, it goes down to the Mojave Water Agency. That was another one that they were looking at. It was just less feasible, but that same facility provides water to Yucca Valley, Joshua Basin Water District, which also affect 29 Palms, but it just continues to go, so it's going to become more and more of a target for more of these water agencies as SGMA continues to get implemented over the years. Next slide, please. So one of the big ones, whether you're involved in SGMA or not, is going to be the potential for a comprehensive adjudication. One of the challenges there, it is one of the few things that can trigger the McCarran Act, which actually requires we waive our sovereign rights. We are officially involved in a court system to deal with the water as it applies. It's a very long process, it's a very expensive process, and it's a very complicated process, as we're learning at China Lake. It's a multidisciplinary team. It is not only the lawyers that are going to have to be involved, it's your SMEs on just about everything from your infrastructure to your operations and environmental. But everybody's going to have a say at the table when trying to come up with these adjudication plans. It's very lengthy. A lot of the adjudications can take decades to complete. Even with the new SGMA requirements, with the state, when SGMA came out, they did implement additional laws that actually require when you go into an adjudication, the courts still have to recognize the same requirements that are implemented with SGMA itself, so the adjudication decision cannot have negative impacts as identified in SGMA. So it's going to complicate the process even further. Installations previously involved, of course, Edwards has gone through their process, but you're still looking at AVEC, and a lot of different agencies are looking into trying to collect into that water, which is going to impact their water supplies in the future, or at least could have the potential. Camp Pendleton's already gone through it. Of course, North China Lake, we're officially in it, have been for about a year. And Ventura County is looking at having to go into that process as they're just waiting for the paperwork to be filed. Next slide, please. Any questions? I tried to make it as fast as I could.
Just a quick point from China Lake's perspective. A couple things to be thinking about as you're worrying about your water sources is that, one, we have the most senior water right in the area with the exception of one cereals mineral. And so we're in a pretty comfortable spot, we thought. That does not matter. Once they start going through this process, you're going to get pulled in. That McCarran Amendment forces you into the adjudication. Another thing to think about is that whatever comes out of the McCarran adjudication is permanent forever. So whatever allocation of water you get out of that process, you're now stuck with regardless of your mission changes later. So that's why it's a very complicated, high-end project. And if you look at some of the folks that have gone through it in the past, Fort Huachuca was using the Army. A2 was actually supporting this and was on the stand in support of water for them. So lastly, what I'd say is because of the time horizon of decades, with the 30,000 acre-feet of water being pumped out because of local agriculture and the 7,000 going in, there's a chance that through this process we run out of water before we finally get our water right. So it's something to watch, and because it's a strategic issue and because it's the long time horizon for this, your water sources is something I would look very hard at and find out if there's any kind of chance you could get into this situation, and then get a hold of us so we can help get you ahead of the curve. Thank you.
Yeah, to build on Captain Vaughn's point, right now the estimates, if there's no change in the water pumping in our basin between water quality decline and water level declines, many of the wells in that basin will not be able to pull water within the next 50 years. There just won't be enough unless your wells are going extremely deep, which is going to be very expensive. And just treating the lower quality water is going to be another expense that you're going to have to address.
John, thanks. My first question, at the northern end of the State Water Project and the aqueduct, my understanding is those supplies are not currently meeting replenishment rates either. So there's a big fallacy if you're connected to that tap that you're good to go, when in fact that's not true. How do you assess that, and what are you hearing from up north?
What's happening is there's a couple of factors that you have to look at with those State Water Project allotments. If you have a 10,000 acre foot allotment, the first factor that they look at is the reliability rate, which is 62%, which means you can expect on a reliability factor of getting 6,200 acre feet of your 10,000 acre feet that you may technically need. So when you're looking at the factors of how the state will look at it, if you're actually receiving that 6,200 acre feet, they're seeing you getting your full water allotment on the average, unless they have seriously wet years and you may get additional. The other factor is, as you referenced, the state throughout the year will actually start determining how much water will be allocated to those agencies that are connected to the State Water Project. That can be zero and has been several times already this year. Yes, sir.
Well, a couple other points. If you're signed up with any of those, including Mojave Water Agency, you're always going to be paying, even if you get zilch out. Second, the water from any of those basins will be considered surface water, and you're going to have treatment systems set up to treat surface water, whereas if you're using groundwater wells now, your systems are not set up to treat surface water. That is a different whole ball of wax of regulations and treatment systems.
Yeah, even with the connection to the AVEX system, if it were to happen, which there's a lot of factors that have to go into place. First, Antelope Valley actually has to agree to that connection by extending the service. Then it has to go through the local agency formation corporation, so the LAFCO. They have another vote as to whether that can even occur. Then everything else. But with 50 miles worth of pipe, then there's a lot of water quality issues, even with their treated water, because of byproducts that form due to the disinfectants and everything else. All that has to be treated before it can either go into the local water agency or before it can even be injected back into the ground.
One thing of note is, as we start talking about water pours and the water being piped from other areas, a lot of that's happening from the local authorities that may not be in agreement with what the Navy or the base wants to do. So if regardless of whether we want to come take water from the AVEC, they may do it or may try to do that anyway. We're strong proponents of conservation and using what little we have. But that can put installations at loggerheads against each other, especially if there's a single source of water.
Yeah, some of the efforts that the groundwater authority's also been doing in the past was actually trying to get some of the other naval installations, including Lemoore, where they thought they had extra water from the State Water Project, to actually wheel it over to Indian Wells Valley and bank it there, and then they'd have it in the future. But one, they had no extra water, which they didn't realize, and there's extreme costs when it comes to wheeling water from one source to another.
John, my last question, it's not on the, you didn't discuss it, but desalinization, I'm interested in your opinion on that. I know Vandenberg has a fairly significant project that's already pumping water and desal. The limitation from that commander's perspective, as he related to me last week, was electricity. So if you combine solar with desal and you're on the coast, you might have a potentially sustainable solution in a mega drought. That doesn't help those of us that are more than a pump away from the coast, though. Any potential pressure, system pressure relief, pun intended, from desal that you see in the next 3 to 5 or 30 to 50 years, 2 different time horizons there?
Right now, the technology really hasn't advanced a lot in terms of reducing that energy expense, so that's always going to be a major one. LADWP sees it a lot cheaper right now to still continue to pump water from other sources than it is to put in a desal plant and actually operate it. But there are also the environmental issues when it comes to desal plants. One of them just went ahead and got shut down because there were so many issues, and environmental was one of the big ones.
So, Chris, is probably what you're raising your hand about earlier, but we're trying to pull it out of the air. So we got a project going on here pretty soon at Fort Irwin, and it's not going to generate a lot, but what is it, 4,000 gallons a month or something?
46,000 annual, sir.
46,000 annual?
Yes, sir. So it's a half acre.
Yeah, so that's, that'll be pulled out of the air, so we've been asked to be an Army test bed for that. We'll see where it gets us.
Yeah.
The other thing I was going to point out is, if you want an example of a desalinization plant coming up to Fort Irwin, we are literally pulling the salts out of our water, and we'll gladly show you around our plant.
Yeah, no, we'd gladly look at that. But with our situation, the basin, again, has already been looked at. There is a group that's actually out there, the Brackish Water Group. They've looked at this. They're trying to say it's new water, but in the end, it's still pulling water from the same basin for our situation. So we're still going to see a lot of the same effects. And it's a very expensive system, especially for the type of water that they'll have to treat, because we also have to deal with arsenic, depending on where they put in their wells. So then you've got to treat that, which is not addressed under standard RO systems. Gladly.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a pin in this one, unless somebody at this part of the table objects. Thank you very much, John. Before we get off the water topic, I want to highlight Mr. James Judkins. He goes by Judd. Raise your hand, Judd. Yeah, he's my base civil engineer. This is he has the water here, and then we all just beg him for our allotment at Edwards. So I recommend all of you reestablish or reaffirm or re-energize the crosstalk. Please pull Vandenberg into that discussion so that we get one more service involved, so we have a larger, broader coalition there. And with that, I'll say done with this topic unless there's anybody here that objects with that. All right. Thanks for beating your timeline, John. I appreciate it. All right. Mission Flexibility and the Mojave Desert Tortoise Recovery and Sustainment Partnership Initiative. Say that fast 10 times. And what I show on the calendar, gents, is you asked for, well, I don't know if you asked for it or you got 15. Is that a reasonable target? Is that a reasonable target for you?
This is one of my guys that constructed
Love it.
All right. So,
Challenge accepted is what I think you said.
yes, sir.
All right.
My name's Chris Woodruff. I'm the Chief of Environmental Division, and the doctor will introduce himself. I'm talking, actually, the person that should be talking this brief joined the Marines recently. Literally, he went to the Marine base in Barstow, so I get to talk for him, and he was Dr. Hausman. So please make good use of him. If you don't want him, send them back. We'll take them any day of the week. Okay, so I got 3 bullet points I want to put across to you, and then we're going to have a little fun. So the RASP and our biological opinion on Fort Irwin reduce the impacts of protecting the desert tortoise and eventually other ideas and other species on the mission impact. So by having this RASP and having a BO, we're going to reduce the head eggs on Fort Irwin. And this is applicable across the other things because one of the things about the RASP is it's a regional point of view and it's a regional look at the desert tortoise. So instead of just tackling it as a Fort Irwin and tackling it as a marine base and tackling it as this and tackling that, we started looking at it as a holistic whole with the people that were also in the room earlier, the National Park Service and the Department of Interior. And when we did that, we got ourselves a biological opinion that's a lot more flexible for us. Now, there is a cost associated with it, but that cost is something we are already burdening ourselves with, trying to keep the research and development stuff going on with the desert tortoise. The second thing I wanted to say is these regional approaches really help us because the more we can take and do the research and develop not on our bases, and the more we can also relocate these endangered species off our things or reduce the impacts on it, the less likely that when they notch it up from threatened to endangered, that it's going to impact our missions. And we all want to do that kind of stuff. So go ahead, next slide. So we're all familiar with the desert tortoise, right? Has anyone ever seen one in person? Okay, so almost all of us have had a chance to see one. I actually had a chance to move one this summer, and it's a very nice thing. So these things are threatened by armor, by the vegetation, by the changes in climate, by the lack of water out here. And does anyone know how the desert tortoise is alive in media and stuff? Does anybody remember Tom Clancy's novel? What was that novel he was in? That he talked about the desert tortoise in? Anybody remember that? The Sum of All Fears? Go back and read it. It's a good book. Okay, next one. So the desert tortoise is across the board available. I'm serious. He actually, it was a joke in there and a couple other things, but we're not going to get on all that weeds. But it was in there. And it was one reason why those soldiers that were at Fort Irwin could go all the way out and work and attack a Middle East country. So, across the board, the desert tortoise affects us, almost all of us, right? Agreed. Okay, so again, I'm trying to keep this so he has a few minutes to talk. So, next slide. So the biological opinion really helps us because the first thing it does is it allows us to train our soldiers so that if they come across a tortoise, they can quickly assess the risk and move it out of harm's way. Instead of right now, what they do is they put up a flag, call range control calls us. We say 2 hours later, we'll have a guy out there to move that tortoise. Instead, they can look at it and say, desert tortoise not in risk, continue on. Desert tortoise in risk, let's move him. Just like that. And we get him out of harm's way, just like that. That allows us to do that. We have not implemented that training yet, but it will allow us to do this. It also is going to reduce the ability to go out there. We're going to be able to do some mapping and other stuff. We can assess that risk of a desert tortoise being in the way of that project. And if he's not in risk, we don't even have to necessarily go out there and do that full survey of that land for the desert tortoise. We may still go out and do a biological assessment of the area to make sure there's not any other risk, but we're not going out there at 5-meter intervals looking for tortoises. So that really reduces the hassle factor of doing a project on Fort Irwin, and it may reduce the factors for some of your guys' installations. Go ahead and next slide. So we got a beautiful biological opinion. It covers the Western Training Area, which is something we were working on. We still have to relocate the desert tortoise out of the desert, the Western Training Area, to be able to do training. But once we do, the biological opinion kicks in, and all these reductions and stuff start to kick in. Now, we don't have enough data on the great spots for tortoises in the Western Training Area, so we're still going to be doing full walkthroughs there. But anywhere else on Fort Irwin, we're not. And once we got a good amount of data on the Western Training Area, that requirement to do pre-work is going to drop down too. So that all comes out of the biological opinion. It also synchronizes all these conversations we've had with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So now we're working on one long biological opinion, not just covers tortoises, but covers our late mountain milkfish and other stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and hit next slide and hand it over. But I'll be here for questions.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Brian Heenan. I'm the Conservation Branch Head over at the Marine Corps Base in 29 Palms, sometimes called the Comment Center. DoD has over 450 threatened and endangered species. As a consequence, we have either challenges or costs associated with that. Most of you are reasonably, if not well, aware of that. The folks up at OSD, and some of those costs range from simple things like money and time spent on moving tortoises, having specialists move tortoises or do surveys in the field before you do a construction project. Some of those basic costs, as well as time and energy and planning. Other factors involve regulatory burdens. Having to do consultation, whether it's a big project such as training or smaller projects, construction projects, new ranges, et cetera, on the installations. And probably the biggest concern is constraints upon our mission. Where we can train, when we can train, how we can train. Those are some of the constraints that we do experience. Next slide, please. Sorry, I should have started with this one. So in 2018, our colleagues up at headquarters of our services, as well as OSD, decided they were going to reach out to DOI, and consult with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as some other agencies, to develop a partnership, a way to try to abandon some of these old practices that Chris has mentioned has been done in the past. A lot of unneeded surveys, unneeded biological monitoring of construction projects and things like that. Things that are very costly and timely and put constraints on what we do. The idea is to alleviate or get rid of those constraints or those costs. And in exchange, liberate our installations for more training capability. So in 2018, DOD and DOI met, and of those 450 species, they prioritized 30 of these species. Within the top 7 was the desert tortoise. And we know that because it's a big deal. All 5 of our installations in the western Mojave are impacted by that. Now, they're impacted at different levels. Fort Irwin, Comment Center, we do have a strong combat element in our training. And so we tend to have a fair bit of impact on tortoises and their habitat. Some of the other installations, they do not have nearly as much ground elements in their training or other operations, but they still have obligations. So the RASP is designed to eliminate or alleviate some of those constraints and costs, in turn swap that for training capabilities, such as Chris mentioned for Fort Irwin. Same thing for us. Some of our partnerships that have been formed, some of them already through various means of MOUs, interagencies agreements, et cetera, have involved our installations as well as the service and other stakeholders. Now, one point to point out here is BLM, or Bureau of Land Management. They have more critical habitat than probably all of our installations combined. That is actually a resource that we can use, because critical habitat is the area that is most essential or critical for the survival of the species. That's why it's defined as critical habitat. That's on BLM land, a lot of it. Some of our installations, Barstow and China Lake, and some of the other installations also have critical habitat. So they still have the concern. So that's a big focus on those installations as well. Next slide, please. So in the past year, with the RASP that was designated for the desert tortoise, DOD and DOI, so Fort Irwin, McAxee, and some of the other installations have representation. have participated in developing an implementation plan along with the service and BLM. And so they've developed an initial 5-year plan. This 5-year plan has focal points. It's an initial plan for RAS for the desert tortoise. And that initial plan is focused in the western Mojave. Why? Largely because we have 5 DoD installations here whose function is influenced by conservation of the desert tortoise. So there's a lot at stake there, but we can get relief by focusing on this area. In addition to 5 installations, there's 3 critical habitat units. So there's potential there for us to have an influence on the recovery off the installation, just as Chris was mentioning. Also, another way to even dive down even deeper into the focus areas, in this area between Fort Irwin, Edwards, Barstow, as well as McCaxey, we've highlighted some of the critical areas. They're part of the critical habitat that we feel are probably the highest immediate value for trying to do conservation off the installation, which helps alleviate situations on our installations. Now, Chris mentioned that they have a BO, and that is alleviating and enabling capabilities for training as well as alleviating some of these constraints that I've mentioned before. Next slide, please. McCaxey is almost at that point too. We're actually consulting now with the service on our biological opinion in order to try to get some of that relief of regulatory burdens and flexibility for training. What we're also trying to do at McCaxey is leverage some of our existing programs and carry those over to those critical habitat areas off installation to try to do conservation off base and free up capabilities on installation. One clear case in point is our translocation. McCaxey expanded west and south in 2013. That increased the installation 167,000 acres. Lots of increase in capability for training, including Marine Expeditionary Brigade training. That was the primary driver. But what we had to do is translocate tortoises out of that area. Otherwise, we would be directly killing over 1,000 adults and several hundred juvenile tortoises. So we spent a couple years finding the best places nearby to try to translocate those tortoises and do it in an intelligent way. So we identified this site here, which is just northeast of Johnson Valley and Lucerne. It also has critical habitat here as well as this site here. We also chose 2 other sites, this one just north of the installation and this one in the southeast corner. We spent a lot of time identifying good habitat, existing populations, and ways that we could actually augment those populations. By translocating tortoises out of here and here to these other locations, we can augment those locations that are indicated as those translocation recipient sites. Augmenting those populations, desert-wide, you may have already heard that desert-wide throughout the Mojave Desert, the populations have been declining. And from 2004 to 2013, 50% declines. That includes places like critical habitat. Again, those areas that are really critical for the survival of the species. By putting additional tortoises here, we can make those populations more robust, adding them back into those areas. Next slide, please. Translocation has developed a lot since its origins. It was thought to be very controversial because it didn't have a lot of planning and design. We spent several years preparing for ours. One metric of success, and we have many others in line, but one metric of success, we've now just passed 5 years since our major translocation in 2017. Our translocated tortoises, they are surviving at a rate of 95% per year. Pretty much similar to the residents that were already in those sites and our controls on nearby sites. Those rates, 95% per year, are what we would expect for a healthy population, healthy wild population in a very, very good year. Not a drought year like this one, but in a good year. And we've been experiencing that for all of our populations, but including the translocation population. Translocation can work. Translocation can augment populations, but we still are analyzing our data to try to figure out where do we have some ways to improve those efforts as well. Translocation is one of those population augmentation methods that the recovery plan set aside as ways to help augment populations, and it's a way that we are going to leverage what we are already doing and carrying those efforts forward into the future. Just as with Fort Irwin, we'll probably be translocating more tortoises to those sites off of McCaxey. Can you go back one slide, please? Off of McCaxey from some of these areas where we might have some projects that's low-value habitat, not critical habitat, low-value habitat, and some few tortoises that we can also translocate to some of these sites to help bolster them. Next slide. And then, yes, that one. Thank you. Another type of population augmentation technique is head starting. McCaxey has a program. It's been running for almost 16 years now. In this program, basically what we have is a population of wild females with transmitters. When they become gravid or pregnant, we pick them up and we transfer them into this facility here on the installation in one of our restricted areas. And then we allow those gravid females a couple weeks to settle in, eat a little bit, drink a little bit, and then lay their eggs. The female tortoises don't stay around those nests for very long in the wild, so we give them a chance to hydrate and eat after they lay their eggs, and then they go back into the wild. However, these enclosures protect those nests as well as they protect the hatchlings. So we're increasing the survival of those eggs as well as those juveniles. If you monitor this difference over time, this is the Head Start population, and this is what is known for wild populations. Over 10 years, we have 10 times as many offspring or juveniles than what would be if we had left those females in the wild to lay their eggs in the wild. That allows us a lot of capability to help augment populations by releasing head-started animals to the wild. We have some preliminary data for tortoises that we have released. Once we have released them, we have survival rates that seem to be quite comparable to what we would see in a wild population. So those tortoises don't seem to be abnormal. They seem to be functioning like a wild tortoise. On top of that, of the animals that have died, none, 0, have died due to raven predation, which is one of our targets doing this effort, to get them past that stage where ravens are not having an effect, or if it is, it's trivial compared to what we thought it would be. So we do have other methods, things that we're doing, whether habitat restoration or fencing roads, such as on Fort Irwin, things like that, to minimize the take of tortoises due to vehicles. Some of those are part of our plan to work forward to do things off installation, help conserve the tortoise, but on the installation, we're increasing the flexibility of where we can train, when we can train, what types of equipment we can use. As with Fort Irwin, can we move the tortoises out of the way? Can we translocate them? Can we get rid of high-cost, low-value efforts such as doing these surveys and doing construction monitoring, where you're paying a lot of people to stand in front of a bulldozer to make sure a tortoise doesn't get run over. Those are low value, low return, low conservation value. Some of these efforts are high value, focusing on efforts in conservation in those critical habitat areas. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gents. If you need to get up and stretch your legs, refill your coffee, you're going to see me do that here in a second. Please do so, but we're going to press. I don't have any questions for you. In the interest of time, if somebody does have something, please catch them afterwards. You asked if I'd ever seen a tortoise. I raised my hand. Yes, it's a 51-year-old tortoise that is a resident tortoise in my neighbor's backyard. So, never seen one in the wild, however. I think that was your real question. All right, next briefer. 10 minutes is the slot allocation. Meet or beat? All right, we're ready.
I'm Steve Penix. I'm with the Channel Lake Ranges Sustainability Office. And I'm just going to quickly go through what this is, who put it together, and why. These are what we call talking points for environmental and encroachment issues related to the Mojave commanders and the installations and operations. What it does is it represents a command. It talks about the mission set. It gives, the requirements of why it's needed and what the actions are that we do to protect and meet these requirements that are needed. So, for example, you've got the airborne radar testing issue. That's the mission set. It tells you the requirement, why it's required, what the issue is here, and the actions. How do we solve the problem to meet the requirements? So this is the issue page. And go to the next slide. And this is the talking points page on the back. And what this is this was written, both this side and the other side, by the action officers for each of the represented commands. So this was put together, and it's put together every year, as a way of saying we think these are the top environmental and encroachment issues. And what we do is a living document. What we like to do is during the year we talk about if we need to change these, if they need to be modified, if something needs to go in that's not on there, and then we update it and present it at every Mojave Commander Summit. So you'll see this in future meetings. Why this is written, and particularly this page, is these are the outreach statements. These are your elevator speeches. And this is a critical point in that if you get a call by a legislative staffer or a reporter or anybody, a DOD data call or something, and they ask you about these issues, these are the outreach statements that each of the commands and their action officers agree represent how you would respond to questions directed to these issues and these mission set problems. And by doing that, you ensure consistent communication across the board. So there isn't any fracture in what the messaging might be. Because when that happens, it's a divide and conquer. If somebody's looking for a good reason to say, yeah, but Edward said this and Channel Lake said that on this issue. So this is all that this sheet is, front and back. So that's summary on this. It's something to be looked at during the course of the year. We'll talk about it again next time. We can make changes to this before the next MCS meeting is needed. And that's all that this is. So unless you have questions, good to go.
Messing with the time schedule here, I do have a question because I want to address an urban myth. So we have considered, we got a lot of sun and we have a lot of wind at Fort Irwin, and we run off a single extension cord. And so we've been looking at a variety of different ways that we can use alternative sources of energy. And we have discounted wind based on the presumption that creating wind turbine installation in Fort Irwin would disrupt other activities going on. I want to verify that is in fact a true statement as I landed here and saw the wind turbines on the horizon. Is that correct?
That's a valid statement, yeah.
Okay.
And the wind turbines you see on the horizon were put there before we were able to catch it.
All right, so it would not be helpful for us to explore wind technology.
Yeah.
Got it.
Or at least the current wind technology. I think there's some future wind technology
Yeah.
that might be more applicable, but the current large vane wind technology is not desirable in this area.
Yeah.
Got it.
To follow on quickly, if for some reason you did feel it was important to do, if there's something called curtailment. It's kind of a pain in the butt to do, but if you shut down the turbine and there's an operation going on.
Yeah, right. Okay. I just want to make sure that we're making the right assumptions, and we are.
Real quick, can you give any kind of update status on Congress selling 3,100 megahertz up to 3,400 megahertz?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the spectrum issue is something I know very little about.
Okay.
It's in our portfolio, but we have other experts that
as a give back to them?
Yeah, that's a big deal.
Frequencies,
What's
the-
that?
The C-band frequencies
Yeah.
we sold last year
Yeah.
are definitely recognized as a problem in China Lake.
Yeah, because that right there,
And
that's
we're already
Gator.
seeing the agencies trying to implement it.
Yeah, because that's Gator, Madison, means we won't be shooting, those six systems will not come up.
Yeah.
And it's out our range. Data links for the F-35, even the communication, somebody already mentioned, yes, we're in the big desert. We're trying to do all the data links and everything with the Navy so we can actually do that constructive and virtual type targeting and everything. Those data links fall right within that spectrum. So Congress sells that, we're screwed. And I've been jumping up and down trying to push this up through headquarters, and I just keep getting that's it, thumbs up. Okay, what does that mean?
So, yeah. The question is how much money do we get? So I was part of the conversation, 8-9 years ago when we sold off the first set, and they were asking us what would it cost to get DoD out of that area, and we gave them a bill that was way bigger than we ever thought anyone would ever want to pay, and they stroked the check at the table, didn't even blink at it.
So what does that mean that those systems, we don't turn them on in cones?
That's exactly what it means.
Great, so.
That's exactly what it means.
And Gator radar, no longer trained
Yeah.
in the United States?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know all of complete regulatory, but when you sell those off, that means that those are no longer in CONUS areas from frequency spectrum management. And so I think probably, I hate to wait another year, but this is probably a topic we need to spend a little more time on because this is going to be a considerable, we brought up the Link 16 frequency allocation. We understand that spectrum really, really well. And that's just an opinion issue. This is not an opinion issue. This is a real issue. Probably worth us bringing up. So that gets to my question for you, Steve. So this is, you told me about this yesterday, and now I've got this new question. So this is vetted amongst our commanders here. How far up DOD do we vet this for our public affairs? These are DOD-wide statements.
These are, we just do them within the command.
Okay. That gets back to your point, Colonel. Where are we at the DOD-wide, and we don't want to get out of sync with the DOD, but there's a chance to get out of sync possibly as well. So I think there's a couple things to go after, but I think frequency is absolutely one we need to spend a little more time, the broader frequency issue, because the 5G and continued broadband is going to be nothing but pressurize us. And it's right in the heart of most of our military systems. That question.
It seems like you just said it there too, on that question. I believe that one of the earlier range commanders council in an earlier version, but fairly similar, it was daylighted at the range commanders council and almost de facto was there, but we'll also share with you through the OC Center Clearinghouse as we have these various summits. Some of the read material is shared with their leadership at the DAD level and say, hey, how does this look? And so they have essays and visibility on it. And right now we've received no negative input from either the Range Commanders Council or the Second Command Council at OSD. So there's some degree of visibility that exists.
Oh, that's good.
Dave, I don't know if that addressed your concern or not, but I do think there's some expertise here that we can push on multiple areas. You kind of answered my question, Steve, and that is RCC and TRMC aware of and piling on and pushing a lot of these decisions? And I think the answer I heard out of you was yes, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, those encroachment issues are well known at TRMC.
Great.
In fact, they're perennial favorites. In fact, I don't think we've moved or changed any of those in a long time. We've adjusted the language on them a little bit. The talking points have been refined as things change slightly, but those things remain the marquee issues.
Okay. I took an internal note that I'll ensure that my MCS team within my plans and program shop is talking to my PA shop, and then have them up channel through SAF PA. Ask that you do the same through the other department and services, so that we have these talking points available cross service in the building. And I think spectrum encroachment is actual encroachment. It may not be physical, but it has actual physical limitations. And that is something that my frustration with the last sell-off was that it was not DoD that sold the frequency. It was Commerce that sold the frequency, and that was a huge problem. Spectrum relocation funds have been nice, except that they show the industry that wants that spectrum that just write a big check and it'll be yours, and that's I don't know. That's rewarding a kid for having a tantrum. My parenting leadership opinion. So, thanks. And while I have the mic here, this should be really fast because we actually talked about it breakfast and lunch. This is actually the only chart that was floated by me, but Kurt, it was the topic that you and I have been talking about for a couple of summits now. Just for the larger audience, this is an MCS issue. It is also an issue that I've surfaced in it's an acronym that I pronounce really quickly, DAF-KIC. It's the California Installation Commanders Caucus that are within the Department of the Air Force. It's 6 of us. We have a forum that we talk about common issues as well. The Vandenberg commander referred to his environment from a medical perspective, so think medical care available to service members and their families and potentially to civilians as a medical desert, and I thought that was perfect for someone that lives on the coast to call themselves a desert, but I'll take it. I approached the idea with the Defense Health Agency's Chief of Staff, who's actually a former 412th Medical Group commander here. He's now a 1-star at DHA as the cause there. Hey, Norm, here's an idea. What do you think? And he said, great, give me the data. The idea is the circuit rider program or some type of a traveling roadshow team in medical specialties that could bounce between clinics and MTFs. The classic example, or the easy, simple example I think everybody could grab, would be routine specialty care. For example, dermatology, says the bald white guy. I don't need critical care, but I do need to have access every few weeks or every few months to have things shot off my face. And if that's, but it's not urgent. If that team with a can of liquid nitrogen, a doctor, and a tech is available at Monday at Vandenberg, Tuesday at Channel Lake, Wednesday at Edwards, Thursday at Fort Irwin, and Friday at 29 Palms, that's a week's worth of work, and that's an example of how they would circuit ride, even though none of those installations would have an independent demand signal for that. Kurt mentioned another thing that's, I'll say, routine specialty care. It's 5-year recurring checkup starting at age 50. I'll leave for those.
45.
Yeah, so I'll leave it at that. Says the over 50-year-old with the microphone. That is something that's also predictable in schedule, and if we can keep somebody on the mission schedule the day before and the day after that, that would also be a value. So there are 2 examples of what I would call routine specialty care that this has a chance to potentially materialize. So I have given, I will give, based on the data that we give, that we collect from your medical folks, what are the top 2, 3, 4, 5 referrals for routine specialty care? If you can collect, you can pass that to Monique, you can pass that to me, you can pass that to my med group commander, Stephanie Isaac Francis. I'll gather that, put it in some digestible format, and I'm going to drop it on the desk of the DHA Chief of Staff next time I'm there and say, hey, Norm, you offered, here's the answer, now deliver, and if you want to iterate on what this looks like, let us know. So that's the path, that's the update. If anybody has any ideas or examples on how we can better deliver data to drive that conversation, I'm all in. Ironically, the baby service in the department, not represented here today, is probably the one getting the most traction on this because they have a lot of attention, a lot of visibility with political leadership right now. So Colonel Scott Long, the commander at Vandenberg, has made a tremendous amount of headway. We just need to send in reinforcing fires. Any questions or anything else?
Yeah, I think the next step is get all our MTF or med group commanders together in an appropriate forum. We can all direct that. I think, you pick the date, and Mike Story will be there, and anybody else that wants to be a part of this, so we can start aggregating the data and because what we've been doing is a service boutique solution. Our circuit rider program has been looking across the Army. That's not the purpose of DHA. The idea is look across the region, this is exactly why we created DHA, so let's look at a joint solution rather than a service-specific solution. So we're bringing in dermatologists from San Antonio. And that's not the right answer. We should be looking more regionally and joint rather than service specific.
Yep. I'll take that, Kurt. I'll make sure Stephanie moves it on.
Okay.
All right. And that was 10 minutes. That was 2. So next slide, please. We're catching up. This is the roundtable, and it's the it's the what haven't we talked about that the folks around the table and especially at the head of the table want to talk about. Before I do the U-shaped table, I want to scan the room. Assume that this isn't going to happen for another year in this form. We might have an off-cycle small catch for topics that can't wait that long, but anything that can't wait until next year that you want to get the 5 of our attention on that we haven't talked about already. A lot of people not making eye contact with me. Nobody? Nobody? Please.
How are you guys handling SB 1383, the solid waste from the organics and the solid waste collection? And it can be offline, but I just wanted to bring that up to the topic.
Hey, Chris, you want to chat with me after? I can connect you with what we're doing in the Navy and sharing via the rec to make sure that we're supporting that as well.
Because I don't want us all to come with different answers and then the state regulators start leveraging each of us.
We're working with the state to kind of work the entire DoD so I can work with you on that.
Awesome, thank you.
Judd, you good to engage on that?
We'll call with you afterwards too.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Around the table. Nothing?
Good.
So for maybe next time, sir, next topic for next time is we do a lot of intergovernmental service agreements at
Yeah.
Portland. It's a lot of good momentum with our local community. We have animal, what's it called, Chris? The animal control. We have official mail. We have all of our base operations support, and we're about to finalize our solid waste program. So maybe how that works for the other communities, and we can take a lot of stuff for that too. Kind of share some of those commonalities, what works well with them.
Jared, you got that? That'd be LRS for me. That's a good topic. Make sure that one of us walks it on to the next agenda. 1 year update, good enough on that. Those are fairly static agreements in my experience, but good opportunities. Okay. Kelly, mate, thanks for traveling. Glad
Yeah,
you're here.
thank you.
Plan to be at the next one of these. Okay. Mike? Nothing? Good?
You hit on my big rocks. Maybe future topic is air and environmental justice is becoming a thing. I'm going to keep focus on watching any developments in that air districts using air environmental justice limitations.
Okay. Is that a topic for future discussion or just a watch item that you'll coordinate, you'll keep us posted on?
I'll watch and keep it.
Okay. All right, 5 of us. Dan, we'll start with you. Nothing to add? Brownie? No.
Thanks. I'll take that. Yeah, so I will close the conversation with yes, China Lake is happy to host the next one of these. I'll throw out, though, a recommendation of not October because the beginning of the fiscal year is a terrible time to travel, anyone who may have to travel. So September is an option. This year we hosted it, and it was nice and cool for an event we had, but it's not always nice and cool, so the other opportunity would be November. So we can work those details, but open for, we're hosting next year. I know we'll work with the Park Service. We threw out a couple options of whether we want to attach an event or do something in the midstream, but we can work out those details with them. But I think it would be an opportunity. We talked to the Park Service guys about maybe getting a day to go out and see the parks and just some of those ideas of the impacts that they briefed here today, instead of just having a slideshow, actually having a field trip to go look at it and be a part of it. So that might be something we do in 6 months, or maybe something we do in conjunction with the next conference. So we got it, and we'll work with the base to set that up and host it. So.
Thanks, Brad.
Yep.
Gents, nothing else?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a perfect time. The fall is a good time. Yep. Matt and I are both on our second year. This may be my last. I don't know, or I might be here next year. We'll see. But I think I had the opportunity to be a part of this first coming in. After taking over command, and I think doing it in the fall is well timed for that because it's really important. I do want to highlight what the National Training Center is doing this month. It's going to be, we're kind of like hosting the Olympics for the Army. It's going to be a big deal for us. It's going to be very frustrating, very chaotic time for the National Training Center because we're not doing what we normally do, and that is bringing in a huge amount of stakeholders from across the Joint Force and our multinational partners, a lot of NATO countries and a lot of other stakeholders and a lot of business partners coming to the National Training Center from the last week of October. Really, last week of October, first week of November is kind of the peak of our the drama that we're going to have. It's called Project Convergence 22, and this will be it'll be part of a two-part event. Part A is at Camp Pendleton, and that's already beginning right now. And then Part B will be at the National Training Center. Our piece of that will be you basically develop a static scenario, have a unit fight it, and then have them fight this same battle 12 times, one time each day, and you give them new experimental kit every time, and you see how the unit adapts and incorporates that kit. And that is much broader than I'm describing it. It's going to involve how we pass data from sensors to shooters and everything else. Be one of the most significant things we've done, but close partnership with Pendleton, of course, will be a key to this. But the other thing is we've never done it before. So we're really good at doing what we do, and this ain't what we do, so it's going to take a lot of exercise from Fort Irwin. But the reason I bring it up in this forum is we'll be having a lot of high-level visitors from across the Joint Force. We'll keep you informed on that. And I know we're tied in with China Lake a little bit. I'll just owe you if I've got high-level visitors coming in. Occasionally I find that they like to go to nearby installations. I'll keep you informed on that. That's all I got.
Nothing else, Brad? Okay, great. So what I'll take as the action is Brownie, you can designate someone as your to hammer down timeline in November 23. It will likely be a new commander in my seat at that point, and I guess it's a coin toss for Kurt. And then based on that, I will reach out to the National Park Service and see if there's some time in spring. Too early in spring, it's still winter, depending on the elevations we go to, but something a little after that to potentially go to one or both of those places for an off-site-ish thing or some updates with a little bit more walk-on for the agenda. Is that going to meet the intent, Monique, of the charter we're about to sign? Or are we about to violate, did we just violate the thing we haven't signed yet?
No. Yes, if I please invite all of you, please.
Okay, so we'll do that as we adjourn, so we don't hold anybody else to watch us smile for the camera as we sign a bill into law. But that timing works?
Yes.
Okay, terrific. I will also, so another action that I took, I'll also set up and hand off and then ensure it gets set up the meeting between the MTF commanders. Yeah. So we pull that data and get it to DHA. Any other actions that we specifically took that need to be re-emphasized or re-adjudicated that anybody wrote down?
Yeah, the only one I have is the spectrum conversation. I don't know if it's worth us waiting a whole year for that, so I'm going to ask our folks about that. We need to find out where the spectrum is. So.
My recommendation for Spectrum is that we throw it into the RCC reps and let them put that in their battle rhythm. The RCC president-elect is my tech director right now, Dan Osborne. So he's plenty busy, but I think that's the right forum to work it aggressively. Okay.
We need it, and other than just the ranges, man, this is where I'm a little new and ignorant. We have our training ranges. Are you guys part of the RCC as well? Okay. Not normally, that's what Tom's saying. So
yeah, most of the training ranges are not a part of the RCC.
Right. So we need to include their training ranges in that conversation, so maybe RCC Plus or something like that. So I think the RCC is the right place to go get the technical expertise at, but we also don't want to forget stakeholders. Honestly, tests can work around these issues much easier than training can. Absolutely. To a lot of degree. So we don't want to put a test-only solution that doesn't help you guys be knowledgeable and have the conversation. So I think it's RCC Plus. So.
You can do that to your RCC rep. I'll
Yep.
close it down.
Yep.
I'll lash up with, I think, the Mojave Commander Summit team to pull in training.
Got it.
This is a good way to
Tom, you
connect
got that one for us? Okay.
Anything else from anybody? All right. I don't want to adjourn before all the business is done. This is your last chance. Okay. Thank you for traveling to Edwards, everybody. Have a great afternoon and safe travels back. I'm going to do one more shameless plug for the open house as a part of the 75th anniversary of the Department of the Air Force. October, it's not the holiday weekend. so I'm not encroaching on your 4-day, 3-day weekend. It is October 14th. DoD ID card holders, that's the day I recommend you attend. The Thunderbirds will be here doing their practice. There's a huge STEM open house targeting kids ages 3 to 13. So bring your families or send your families if you can't take the day off from work on the 14th. If you know someone that isn't a DoD ID card holder, but they're a close partner, let us know in advance, and we should be able to get them on the base that day with some reasonable escort. That's super simple. The public is open 15th and 16th. You're welcome to show for either of those days, and that is what's going to have my full bandwidth starting immediately after this meeting adjourns until that ends, as you can imagine. I appreciate everybody's time and attention. I think the 4 of us, and then you're going to take the hard copy, don't lose it, are going to sign a couple of charters here. Thank you, everybody. And to everybody that did this, round of applause for you, and pass on the gratitude.